and Cabinet Secretary for Sanitation and Environment, Nama Munyao. Honorable members, the Constitution of Kenya establishes 47 county governments, each comprising of the county executive and the county assembly. The key functions of a county assembly as a branch of a county government is to: 1, legislate or to make laws; 2, represent, in this case, members of the county assembly are here to represent the respective wards. And in this case, member for Mavindini ward, Honorable Jonathan Kimongo, is here to represent you when you are here and while you are away as students. 3 is to oversee or to monitor implementation of the programs and the project by the county executive. Further, the laws that are made by the county assembly are implemented by the county executive. The branch headed by the governor, referred to as county executive, with the deputy governor and the county executive. For the information to the students or learners, the county assembly is composed of the following: 1, elected members of the county assembly. In this case, Makueni County Assembly has 30 wards, and there are 30 members directly elected by the people, 29 of them being men and 1 being a woman, that is Honorable Elizabeth Mutinda Kawembe. Should members want to be recognized, then ensure that majority are women, only 1 man elected, I will recognize you. 2, nominated members of the county assembly. These are members of the county assembly nominated by respective political party depending on the level of representation in this house. In this case, Wiper Patriotic Front as the majority, followed by Muungano Development Party, and followed by the Chap Party, formerly Azimio, and lastly, 2 members from the United Democratic, not to forget that we are 4 members of the county assembly elected on independent ticket. The Speaker of the county assembly presides over the sittings of the county assembly. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the school from across the county and the country continue to visit county assemblies as part of their civic duty and as a requirement of education to expose them to democratic institutions. These visits are important opportunities for young learners to observe vast and proceedings of the House and to deepen their understanding of parliamentary practice, leadership, and the role of elected representative. I therefore take this opportunity to welcome all students, teachers, and accompanying the staff who are the Speaker's gallery and extend appreciation to the school for effort they have made for the learners to be with us here today. It is our hope that such a visit will inspire young generations to embrace civic responsibility, appreciate democratic values, and perhaps in the future take up the roles of the Speaker of this county assembly or members of the county assembly and unseat Honorable Kimongo as MCA when you grow up as young men and women, not to mention Senator Manzo, and the Governor Mutula, and any other leader that will ask to be unset by the beautiful, honorable students at our gallery. The House is kindly requested to acknowledge and accord our visitors a usual courtesy, and I wish them a fruitful visit. Further to that, honorable members, I wish to recognize a delegation from our sister county assembly, that is the Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly. Honorable members, they are here on an educational tour, just to share the experience that they have and that we do have for purposes of enhancing and deepening democracy and devolution. It is important to note that at the work of the year 2002, only 3 speakers were elected for 2 second terms. That's 1, Speaker for Elgeyo Marakwet, Honorable Philemon Sabley, Josiah Thiriku of Embu, and yours truly, Douglas Mbilu, elected by these gracious men and women of this house. Honorable Sabley has since relinquished this position and went to perform duties in higher office in the Ministry of Interior from the Assembly of Elgeyo Marakwet. They have since elected a new speaker. With us at the Speaker's gallery is Honorable Kiplagat, who is chairperson of the Committee on Lands, Honorable Sally Kosgei, vice chairperson of the committee, Honorable Rose Cherop, a member of the committee. Honorable Matthew Cheruyot, a member of the committee. Honorable Joshua Kipruto, a member of the committee. It is not possible for a committee of the County Assembly to operate without the technical staff that offers technical advice and support to the committee. And with the committee is Monica Kipketer, Willie Chepkolei, Isaac Rotich, Tanui, I can't read the other name. Yes, Tanui, Zaleri, and Timoth Kipchumba, and not Murkomen. Honorable members of the County Assembly, the delegation from Elgeyo Marakwet, you are welcome to the County Assembly of Makueni for this exchange program, as we learn on how to deepen and spread devolution and further exchange our ideas in exercise of our mandate on oversight, representation, and legislation. I wish you a fruitful visit and engagement in the county of Makueni. Please don't be so much in quick to leave Makueni. Elgeyo Marakwet is far, so have some moment to be with us this evening, so that then you may have a good visit as you depart tomorrow through the meanders of Makongo, and as you take some few fruits from Itangine on your way back to Makueni. Anything else that you find beautiful, run away with it. Leave the rest, we shall modify them next time you come. You are so welcome. Thank you. In the interest of time, honorable members, I will allow the Honorable Deputy Speaker, a member from Mavindini, a leader of minority, to make some remarks as we proceed. Member from Mavindini, what?
Speaker, let me take this chance to welcome our friends from Elgeyo Marakwet to this great county of Makueni, and in the extension of the County Assembly of Makueni. I ask them to feel at home. Let me also take this chance to welcome students from Yamula Secondary School right to this place. Yamula Secondary is a school in my village. I have sat in the BOM for the longest. As a matter of fact, I'm among the pioneers of this school. My father was a first chairman of the BOM then, but they used to call it committee. And when it grew old, I took over. And I'm proud that this school has grown to what it is today. And I want to take this chance to welcome the students and teachers to this place. When your parents chose me to come and represent them to this place, they did a good thing, and this is where they sent me to. And I can assure you that I always dutifully do that which is required of me. So thank you so much and feel good. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also wish to welcome the team from Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly. I wish also to say that in a nutshell that they are welcome in Makueni County. They should just, I wish them, they have learned a lot. They interacted with some of our members in the Committee on Lands. And we're also looking forward to interacting with them further as they spend the night with us around here. So once more, I also wish to welcome the students from the Mulwa Secondary School, where Honorable Kimongo Jonathan comes from. We shall wish them all the best, and they also they prepare to take the leadership of this nation later in life. Thank you and welcome.
Member from Tswande, that extension to spend the night, you have not clarified that students should be, are they part of that?
No, students are not part of that. They have not yet matured to be welcomed at night, like the honorable members from Elgeyo Marakwet. Thank you. I also wish to apologize if I meant the students. Thank you.
Leader of the minority party.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me start by welcoming our fellow honorable members from Elgeyo Marakwet and their clerks. What I can say to them is Makueni is the place to enjoy. We have so many things to enjoy. So as you extend the night, as you have been invited by our Deputy Speaker, feel at home. And also I wish you fruitful learning, and also we expect to exchange notes with these fellow members here. Also, let me also welcome students from Yemulwa Secondary School. Welcome to this assembly. This is your home, and I also wish you a fruitful learning. Thank you.
Leader of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the legislators and staff from Elgeyo Marakwet. We want to tell them to feel at home, feel that they have been welcomed to the Cumberland, and probably we also welcome them to taste our delicacy in the mangoes, because this is the mango season, and the season is not yet over. So you are welcome to take the delicacies from our market. Even you can go to the market and take the very fresh fruits from the farms. I also want to welcome the students from Yemulwa. Feel at home. We just encourage you to endeavor to become our future leaders, because as you can see, we're growing old. And one day, you'll be the higher national diploma at the then Kenya Polytechnic. I did a project in Elgeyo Marakwet, which was called TOT, Water Project. That was my final project in that college. So if TOT was implemented, I think I'm part of that project. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
There being no messages, next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Very well. For the information of the students, today's sitting is like a classroom lesson. The business of the county assembly or agenda is contained in the document called an order paper, which has the agenda or the topics to be discussed that day. So when the speaker calls the clerk to read the order, that's a direction to read the next topic for discussion or for debate. Therefore, it is important for you to understand that language. So the word order is not to order you out. Order is another name for a topic to be debated in the county assembly. So it is important for you to note. So in this case, we do not have an agenda under messages. Then under petitions, we have an agenda to deliberate. 1, Chairperson Committee on Budget and Appropriation to present a report in response to public petition presented on 20th of August, 2025, by the Speaker of the County Assembly on behalf of residents of Kathonzweni Ward regarding unilateral amendments of the financial year 2025-2026 ward budget by member of the County Assembly for the ward. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. Honorable members, acquaint yourselves with the order paper because it has been circulated. The usual platform, though, so that when you're called upon or your committee is called upon, you are up to gear. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation. Our clerk and the chairperson, Liaison, I refer this matter to you so that without fail, the chairperson, Budget and Appropriations, will have to be present or assign someone to present this petition in the next sitting. Chairperson, Budget Appropriation Committee to present a response to a public petition presented on 20th of August, year 2005, by the Speaker of the County Assembly on behalf of residents of Makindu Ward regarding the unilateral amendment of the financial year 2025-2026 ward budget by member of the County Assembly of that ward. Chairperson, budget, do you have the report ready? Fair enough.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I request if we can be able to represent the report tomorrow. We adopted the report, but we're just finishing some few nitty-gritties.
Kadonsweni?
Same.
Same.
Yes.
So I endeavor to do so, Chairperson, without fail.
Thank you.
Chairperson, Committee on Lands and Urban Planning, to present a response to a public petition presented on 5th of May, 2025 by the Speaker of the County Assembly on behalf of the residents of Makindu Ward regarding Makindu Lorry Park and open air market public land. Honorable Felix Boniface Mateso, you may take this opportunity to extend invitation to your colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take the opportunity to welcome our colleagues, Committee on Lands from Elgeyo Marakwet. Mr. Speaker, we had a very fruitful interaction with them this morning, Mr. Speaker. Came to learn on spatial plan, Mr. Speaker. You are aware that this assembly was the second assembly to pass the spatial plan. And Mr. Speaker, we interacted with them very well. We actually shared a lot with them. And we are hoping that this will be of great help to their account, Mr. Speaker. So, as you say that, let them not be in rush, let them stay around until tomorrow so that we can continue interacting with them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the petition, Mr. Speaker, I think we visited the committee, the petitioners, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we were not able to undertake our mandates as the committee due to reasons that, Mr. Speaker, will give in our report, which we are yet to adopt, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I need more time so that we can represent that report here in this house, Mr. Speaker. So,
when will you be able to submit that report?
Next week on Monday, Mr. Speaker, during our sitting.
Fair enough. Next week on Monday, endeavor to do so. Chairperson, Committee on Lands, again, there is a present a response to a public petition regarding, oh, that's a repetition. It's a repetition of the same. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Joint Count Public Investment and Count Public Accounts Committee to table committee's report on inquiry, the purchase of mango by Makueni Count Food Development Authority in the financial year 2025-2026.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As a committee, we sat through the weekend doing the report on the public outcry on the mango thing. And Honorable Speaker, we are at the final stages of having the report ready, and I seek your indulgence if you can allow the committee an extra, probably an hour, and we'll be able to table the report.
So the report will be ready in an hour's time?
Yeah, in an hour's time, Honorable Speaker.
An hour's time will be 4 p.m.
Sure.
Or earlier?
Latest 4 p.m.
Earliest 4:30?
Latest 4 p.m.
Endeavor to do that earlier on, okay?
Earliest 3:45.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Committee on Selection, to lay a paper followed by Chairperson Committee on Gender, Youth, Sports and Social Services to table committee's report, and Chairperson Committee on all Services to table a report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly. A report of the Committee on Selection on Placement of Honorable Esther Mongeli in committees. I lay.
Chairperson Committee on Gender, Children, Youth, Sports and Social Services. Table committee's report on the vetting of the nominee of the appointment of non-executive chairperson of the Makueni County Empowerment Fund Committee. Chairperson Committee on Education ICT be on standby on the Machi grant on the County Technical Training College. Chairperson Budget and Appropriation Committee, you have a paper to lay. Peruse your order paper. 2 papers for Chairperson Budget and Appropriation Committee. Chairperson Committee on Health Services. Honorable Elizabeth Kawembe Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly. The report of the Committee on Health Services on the oversight on universal health care, that is UHC, universal government staff across the county, conducted on 4th and 5th December 2025. I lay.
Chairperson Committee on Education, ICT and Internship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the half-year progress report of the Committee on ICT, Education and Internship. Thank you.
Chairperson Committee on Gender. Chairperson Committee on Gender is none other than teacher Elizabeth Mutindi Kiyo. I can see you are unhappy because your paper are not in order. It happens also when students are late in class. They tend to catch up and they confuse by producing the mathematics books in an English class. So cool down, Mwalimu. Your students are watching. Proceed, Honorable Mwalimu Mutindi.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to apologize for the mishap. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly. The report of the Committee on Gender, Children, Youth and Sports and Social Services on the vetting of the nominee for appointment of a non-executive chairperson for the Makueni County Empowerment Fund Committee. I lay.
Chairperson Budget and Appropriation Committee. Honorable Joyce Mwende Ombua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly. The report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the oversight on stalled, incomplete and phased projects across the county for the financial year 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 conducted on the 30th and 31st of October. I lay.
You have one more paper to lay? The report of the Office of the Control of Budget.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly. The report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the oversight on stalled, incomplete and phased projects across the county for the financial years 2023-2024 and that of 2024-2025, conducted on the 30th and 31st October 2025. Highly.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson Committee on Selection to give a notice of motion. Followed by Chairperson Committee on Gender, Chairperson Committee on Health, Chairperson Committee on Education, and Chairperson Budget and Appropriation Committee, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion that this Assembly adopts the report of the Committee on Selection on Placement of Honorable Esther Mongeli in committees, laid on the table of the Assembly on 16th February 2026.
Chairperson, Committee on Gender, Youth, Sports and Social Services.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this Assembly adopts the report of the Committee on Gender, Children, Youth, Sports and Social Services on the vetting of the nominee for appointment of an executive chairperson for the Makueni County Empowerment Fund Committee. Thank you.
Chairperson, Committee on Health Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this Assembly adopt the report of the Committee on Health Services on the oversight on universal health care, that is UHC, national government staff across the county, conducted on 4th and 5th December 2025, laid on the table of the Assembly on 16th February 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Committee on Education. You did not lay the paper? Report? Afiali. Yes, since you laid the paper, you should give a notice of a motion. Oversight. So the paper was not laid. Okay, fine. Chairperson, Committee on Budget and Appropriation Committee. To give a notice of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish that this Assembly adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the oversight on stalled. I give notice that this Assembly adopts the report on the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the oversight on stalled, incomplete, and phased projects across the county for the financial year 2023-2024 and that of 2024-2025, conducted on the 30th and 31st October 2025 and laid on the table of the Assembly on the 16th February 2026. Thank you.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Member for Mbitini Ward to request for a statement, number 2 of the year 2026, from the Chairperson Committee on All Services regarding expenditure of Social Health Authority reimbursements by hospitals in the county, to the hospitals in the county.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Article 1853 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2020, Section 39, 2 of the County Government Act 2012, revised 2020, and the Standing Order, number 50 of the Makueni County Assembly Standing Orders, I raised to request for statement from the Chairperson Committee on Health Services regarding the expenditure of SHA reimbursement by hospitals in the county. Honorable Speaker, Social Health Authority, that is SHA, makes the reimbursements to hospitals for claims raised over medical services offered to patients registered under the scheme. The reimbursements received are often used by the facility at source for various development programs or projects and to cater for other services, including purchase of drugs. Honorable Speaker, concerns have been raised across the county over the undisclosed expenditure of these funds, which at times is undertaken without proper consultations and a consensus with the concerned stakeholders like the hospital boards. Honorable Speaker, the Chairperson should therefore clarify on the following. A, the total amount of money reimbursed received by each and all county hospitals, that is level 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the financial year 2024-2025 and the financial year 2025-2026 up to 31st December 2025. B, how the received money was spent by each hospital, clearly indicating the names of the projects, stock programs undertaken, and the amount spent on each, that is, provide supporting documents for each expenditure. And C, whether the hospital boards are always consulted before these funds are spent. That is, provide minutes approving the expenditure on all projects or programs in the above B. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Committee on Health Services. There's a question that has been asked by a member from Petini Ward regarding how SHA is busing funds to the county hospitals. How much time do you require to answer that question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request you to allow me to give me like 10 minutes so that I can consult and give the correct answer. 10 minutes.
We are requesting for the timeline you require to prepare a response.
Response?
Yes.
For? I've not had the Oh, okay, Speaker. You can give us 14 days.
Member from Petini Chairperson is requesting 14 days.
Honorable Speaker, 14 days is quite okay, provided that they would give a satisfactory response, and it is across the county. I think the member might not be aware, so they need to work day and night. Thank you.
Very well, Chairperson, Committee on Health Services, endeavor to provide a response to the question raised within 14 days effective from today. Chairperson, Committee on Lands and Urban Planning, Honorable Felix Mateso, to present a response to a statement or question as was asked by member from Mboni Ward, Honorable Alexander Mulemba, on 10th of March 2025, regarding grabbing of public utility land in Kikima Ward in Mboni Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are done with this statement, and we are in agreement with the honorable member that we just continue following up on the implementation of this statement.
There is a reason as to why it is in the order paper. Unless there was a timeline that you had given for the January, and January is due.
Which we agreed with the honorable member, honorable Speaker.
No, we said you will have to file an update of that timeline when that comes, or allow the member to confirm whether the timeline has been complied with, so that we make progress.
Yes, there are timelines are here, and I think we agreed actually.
Okay, fine. Honorable Mulemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that statement, I want to confirm that the department started implementation of part of the questions or the concerns on ground. However, Mr. Speaker, there's one part whereby there was a court case. And Mr. Speaker, that is why we advanced to stretch the timelines. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you can grant the committee more time to inquire about the resolutions after the court case. Then the committee now can formally table the final report. Thank you.
Is the court case concluded?
It was being concluded towards the end of this week, Mr. Speaker.
So, Chairperson, inquire into that and submit a response within 14 days. Chairperson, Committee on Infrastructure, Transport, Public Works and Housing, to give a response to a question as asked by Honorable Felix Mateso, member for Tenziu Ward, on 25th of August, 2025, of the implementation of the water affordable housing.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby rise to give additional response to the statement regarding the implementation of water affordable housing in Tenziu Ward, as was requested by Honorable Felix Mateso, member for Tenziu Ward, on 26th August 2025. So, Speaker, allow me to go to the question and answer. The Speaker, the member had requested for the committee to make a follow-up on whether the bills of quantities were prepared for the drilling end development of the additional 2 boreholes under the project. If available, please provide the approved bills of quantities as evidence. The response is, the approval for the 2 additional boreholes has not yet been granted. Therefore, no bills of quantities were available. Question 2, submit the complete structural design development for the proposed sewerage treatment plant within the affordable housing project. The response, a provisional sum has been included in the bills of quantities specifically for the sewer treatment plant under the project. However, structural designs for the biotreatment plant, DTF, have not been provided to the site engineer despite having been requested. 3, to confirm whether Watertown currently has approved sewer system designs in place. If the designs exist, provide information on their status, including plant timelines or phases for implementation, budget allocation, and any prerequisites that need to be fulfilled before the execution begins. The response is, Watertown currently has no approved sewer design system in place, as well as no budgetary allocation in place. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Felix Mateso.
Honorable Speaker, bearing in mind that we are enjoined into this project by the national government, Mr. Speaker, the information that I had requested, Mr. Speaker, is very crucial information, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, having listened at the response from the chair, Mr. Speaker, there's no way you can start building and you have no any plan, no design of whatever you are doing, Mr. Speaker. We have houses that are being turned there, Mr. Speaker, and including even the old houses are actually part of that project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once these houses, and the people who are buying these houses, Mr. Speaker, once these houses came into use, Mr. Speaker, how will you now say that these houses are complete without the sewer, Mr. Speaker? At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I understand there's a design that was done for sewer or Watertown, Mr. Speaker. That they are saying there is no any design, Mr. Speaker, which I think it is already done, it is there. So, Mr. Speaker, I feel these responses are very offensive and do not address whatever I wanted, Mr. Speaker. Yet my people and on me try to know how these houses will actually help the people, including a ball, Mr. Speaker. There must be BQs. If they say there are 2 balls that are to be sunk, Mr. Speaker, how are they planning to do them? Because there is nothing. There are no BQs. There is nothing. What is their work plan, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is important to actually get this response comprehensively answered, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Mateso, you are asking whether bills of quantities were prepared for drilling and the development of additional boreholes. There is no history as to which these boreholes are and by who. You may have information that the chair doesn't have, or maybe the executive committee member doesn't have, because depending on this answer, is the approval of the 2 additional boreholes has not yet been done, and therefore no bills of quantities. According to you, there are 2 boreholes that were approved. So who was to drill them? Who was to finance them?
Mr. Speaker, remember we visited this project, Mr. Speaker, as the Committee on Lands, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we were told that they are doing the balls, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that is, because they only mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that is why we wanted to know whether there were any BQs to drill the two bores, Mr. Speaker. So that is how we came up with that information of the bores that were supposed to be sunk, Mr. Speaker.
What is missing here is you have information that the ECA may not have. Because you're asking about boreholes, and you are not giving a background that the committee was there on this particular date. It had engagement with so and so, and during this discussion, there was a discussion about ABCD. Now, this document does not speak to that. Because then, if the Waziri was aware, would have referred the request for the information to the person you have mentioned that you met as a committee. So perhaps you may need
but
to...
Mr. Speaker, this information is there. We have actually a committee that is our committee that is supposed to represent the county government in place. They have answers. They are supposed to...
I hear you. Your question is not directed. You have a background that you are not referring whom you met. It would be fair if you indicate during this meeting on this particular date at the venue with the site manager, with civil engineer, with the consulting firm, with the person who is the chairperson of ABCD, this is what discussed and that happened. Now, it will be easier for the chairperson to follow up on the deliberations and undertakings that were given. Now, the way this question has been answered is whether bills of quantities were prepared. And the ECM has told you no bills of quantities have been prepared. We can't inquire beyond that because you have not indicated that there was a commitment, there was a meeting, and why have they not been prepared? So would you advance your narrative to lay a basis and foundation for this?
You see, these questions, this statement came out as a result of us visiting the project, Mr. Speaker.
You have not mentioned that in your question. What I'm saying, the question that you raised was during the 94th sitting of the County Assembly on 19 November, Committee on Infrastructure, Public Work and Housing, Energy tabled a response regarding implementation of water affordable housing following issues that were raised for clarifications, whether the BQ. Now that is a question that you addressed, Honorable Felix. Now you need to tell us what is the basis of the boreholes. Which was this meeting? When was the visit?
Mr. Speaker, we visited the project, Mr. Speaker.
I mean...
Both Committee on Lands and...
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, I want to give you more time to revise your statement and add to the Honorable Chair, for Honorable Chair to request for answers. Because your question lacks background, and therefore I can't enforce it. Unless I say, now that Honorable Mateso has reported that there was a meeting, I can only give those directions based on that following a meeting that was there for Committee on Lands and the Committee on Infrastructure on the following matters, this was discussed. So I'm asking that after this you revise, I direct the chair to take it up with Waziri again and get a response back on Monday at 2:30. You're getting my point?
Mr. Speaker, the issues are very important, and we revise the way you are saying, the statement. We can still go ahead and revise it so that we can get answers the way I wanted, Mr. Speaker.
Fair enough. To the last question, the executive committee member has told you that Watertown currently has indicated that there is no designs for water sewer, correct?
There is, Mr. Speaker.
A little bit interesting because I remember a response was given in this house.
Yeah.
On a statement you requested, and the Department of Water indicated that there is a detailed design of water sewer. Now, the Department of Infrastructure isn't aware, meaning that there is no loop between the Department of Water
that is why I'm
and
saying
therefore,
the answers are very evasive. You cannot just say there is no detailed
it is
design
possible.
of sewer.
According to the Waziri,
it is there.
According to Waziri, it is not there because the Waziri has not contacted the department responsible. I know where the problem is. It's a unilateral way of coming. In other words, the Waziri should have consulted the sister department that deals with water. However, may we get this rephrased again so that we make progress, Honorable Mateso. However much you debate, we will not get a progress. So may this be revised, clerk, to switch the question as it ought to be, so that chairperson on Monday next week, you provide a response. Is that in order?
Yeah, it's in order, Mr. Speaker, but you see, if this information is supposed to be taken from a department, then Waziri should take the initiative to take that information from whatever department. It's one government approach, Mr. Speaker.
I have stated that the question is, the honorable member is referring to a meeting that took place, verbally. But on this document, the meeting is not referred to. So clerk, take note. So the statement as requested is hanging. So I can't give further directions because I don't know the meeting being referred by which committee on which date. Then two, about the confirmation of whether there is a sewer design, then if the Department of Water is aware, the other department is not aware, if they still insist the same, then the Waziri will be deemed not to understand what is happening in the Department of Water in the context of collective responsibility. That's not up to me, it's up to Waziri to demonstrate whether they are exchanging information or not.
If I can give the background why I asked that question on sewer, because the contractor told us that you want to join the sewer from the housing project to the existing sewer, which is already there, and they were told it is there. What they need to do is to get the design and then make sure that they connect, they join the sewer from that project with the existing sewer, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are wondering, how do they say that there is no existing sewer when the design is already there? I saw it myself.
Thank you. To get that answer, can what you have said, that the engineer told you, is not here. I would have given directions that the executive committee member consult that meeting that you took and do it. You have a lot of deliberations that took place that are not here. So, Honorable Mateso, however much we debate, I need to give further directions, but there is nothing written on here. It is your own submission. So can these be enhanced? And I get what you're saying is of importance. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, this statement is seeking some detailed information that, Mr. Speaker, are not maybe directly available to the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. The issues the member is emphasizing on are in different committees and under different departments, like the issue of water and sewerage. That's a straightforward question that is being asked to the Department of Roads. The Department of, the question on DTF, still under Lands and Environment, asked through the Committee on Infrastructure, Transport. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you can guide accordingly, because these three questions doesn't directly belong to the Committee on Roads and Infrastructure. However, Mr. Speaker, the committee will still make a follow-up and maybe try to have an enjointer with the Department on Water, Lands, Mr. Speaker, whereby the Committee on Lands and Environment and Water and Sewerage belongs. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe you can guide. However, we are going to proceed to respond. Thank you.
Chairperson, Honorable Mateso is asking about affordable housing. No engineer will design a house without water supply and without wastewater or sewer management. So you don't expect the Department of Water, the Minister of Water, to be aware on the water connection in all housing facilities in the Republic of Kenya. In a comprehensive design, the engineer responsible is responsible for civil works, water, wastewater, and they have requisite engineers to deal with these issues. This is a project which is comprehensive, including playgrounds, including swimming pools, including trees that will be planted. So the tree and the environment in that housing facility will not be responsibility of the Cabinet Secretary for Environment. And therefore, I'm persuaded that the question asked by Honorable Mateso are within the confines of the Department of Transport and Infrastructure and Housing. The only thing that is missing is that Honorable Mateso is referring to a meeting which is not on record. When that meeting will be on record, it will be easier for your committee to follow up on which is this meeting that was held between the MCS or our committee and the housing officers. So there's a point that is missing. Let us get that done. The executive committee member for infrastructure should engage the sister department and ask about. Now, when you say the government of Makueni, for example, when the executive says that there doesn't exist a sewer system in Makueni, and there are citizens of Makueni who know that there is a design, a detailed design. For Makueni sewer, what is he telling the citizens of Makueni live? The information in the Department of Lands is not the responsibility of you to switch it to water department, the responsibility of the ECM to counter-check and then give us a comprehensive information. Please let us do that next week on Monday. We need to make progress. Next order. What is your point of order, Honorable Bukali?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as per the standing order, number 104, allow me to bring this to your attention because we are dealing with the statements, Mr. Speaker. I remember there was a time when I can recall, member for Bunge had a statement on the payment of PMCs on the floor of this House. I remember, Mr. Speaker, that there was a follow-up to ensure that those PMCs are paid. But today, Mr. Speaker, the reason as to why I bring this to your attention is also to give us a way forward as per the case of my ward. That the PMCs that you are requesting by then, some are not paid, and Mr. Speaker, you can go to a project whereby we have a 7-member committee, but 3 are paid, then 4 are not paid.
Fair enough.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is worrying with the projects that were done in the financial year 22-23, 23-24. When others are being sorted, then we have some projects, specifically in the Department of Water, Department of Health, and Department of Trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kali, under the statement, there's also a provisions for you to request for one. May you endeavor to do so, because I may not give directions based on your oral submissions. It's a good concern. Further to that, I'm aware the County Assembly engaged the Executive Committee member on Committee on General Oversight, and she gave Executive Committee member of Finance, and she gave commitment that all PMCs will be paid. Clerk, can you retrieve that information and correspondence to the same to be availed to my office for further directions? And I'll give further guidance when we meet next week. However, that doesn't stop you from requesting for that information. In fact, I would direct that you make a request for a statement, is cleared, requesting on the status of payment of PMCs. When it reaches my office or forward to the clerk will retrieve that information and will establish whether we need to request a statement of fresh or we need to check or look at the status of implementation of the recommendations of the Assembly then. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, waiving of notice period.
Leader of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'm informed that that motion is not ready because the paper has not been laid and it's 15 minutes to 4. Chairperson Committee on Public Investments, where is he? We'll proceed to the next order. Advise the chairperson, Public Investment Committee, to fast track that matter. He is already outside the time. Sergeant at Arms.
Order number 10, procedural motion, waiving notice period.
Leader of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 65B, this Assembly resolves to waive the notice period for the motion for approval of the report of the Committee on Selection and Placement of Honorable Esther Mongeli in committees, appearing on the order paper under order number 11. Honorable Speaker, for reasons well known to this Assembly, we can't wait for the period for the motions. So we want to expedite with this motion so that our sister can benefit from committee sittings in this Assembly. I call upon Honorable Misha Kali, the minority whip, to second this motion.
Honorable members, I propose the question that this Assembly adopt the report of the Committee on Selection, the placement of Honorable Esther Mongeli in committees laid on the table of the Assembly on 16th of February, year 2026. Floor is open. Mover of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hope that members will support this so that we may expedite with the business. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of Majority, I have proposed the wrong question. I therefore withdraw from the records and propose the question as follows. That notwithstanding provisions of Standing Order number 60, paragraph 5B, this Assembly resolves to waive the notice period for the motion of the approval of the report of the Committee on Selection on the placement of Honorable Esther Mongeli in committees appearing in order paper under order number 11. The floor is open. Mover of the motion. I'll put the question that notwithstanding provision Standing Order number 60, paragraph 5, this Assembly resolves to waive the notice period for the motion of the approval of the report of the Committee on Selection on the placement of Honorable Esther Mongeli. The committee is appearing in the order paper under order number 11. Will as many as of our opinion say aye? Will as many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. The report of the Committee on Selection on placement of Honorable Esther Mongeli in committees.
Mover of the...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that this Assembly adopts the report of the Committee on Selection on placement of Honorable Esther Mongeli in committees laid on the table of the Assembly on 16th February 2026. Honorable Speaker, the committee had received communication from the Honorable Speaker communicating that the resignation of the following members from committees as indicated alongside: 1, Cosmas Kaleli, Honorable Cosmas Kaleli, County Assembly Procedure and Rules Committee. 2, Honorable Kevin Jaggi, Committee on ICT, Education and Internship. This was at the backdrop of a court order dated 19th November 2025, directing that the Committee on Selection shall be at liberty to nominate Honorable Esther Mongeli to any committee of the County Assembly, provided that a member of the Maendeleo Chapter Party relinquishes their place in such committees in our favor. Both Honorable Cosmas Kaleli and Honorable Kevin Jaggi are members of the Maendeleo Chapter Party. So the committee deliberated on this matter and held a meeting on 13th January 2026 and resolved that it agreed with the said resignations, and as advised, nominated Honorable Esther Mongeli to serve in the Sectorial Committee on ICT, Education and Internship, and the Selection Committee on, and the Select Committee on County Assembly Procedure and Rules. The committee also noted that automatically the member would be a member of the Committee on Special Interest Groups. This would therefore result in the member being in 3 committees. Starting on the 178.3 states that a member shall not be a member of a committee of the County Assembly unless the nomination of such a member in the committee is approved by the County Assembly. So in that case, that's why we are now today. I'm moving this motion so that we may abide by that standing order, so that we may approve the nomination of this member to those committees. So our recommendation, Honorable Speaker, is that this Assembly should approve this report, placing Honorable Esther Mongeli in the County Assembly Procedure and Rules Committee and the Committee on ICT, Education and Internship, while concurrently confirming our membership to the Committee on Special Interest Groups. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank all members of the Committee on Selection for their commitment and invaluable contributions during the development of this report. The committee also thanks the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk for the technical support according to it during the exercise. It's my pleasure to present this committee report for Assembly approval. I call upon Honorable Misha Khalid, the Minority Whip, to second this motion.
Honorable members, we have quorum. Now quorum, Sergeant at Arms, you ring the bell.
Governor, vetted and approved by the County Assembly. The County Attorney or the representatives duly nominated in writing, the Chief Officer responsible for finance, the Chief Officer responsible for youth, women, and persons with disability affairs, the chief officer responsible for trade, the chief officer responsible for agriculture, irrigation, livestock, fisheries, and cooperative management, the fund administrator, who shall be the secretary to the committee, 4 persons competitively recruited by the County Public Service Board and appointed by the executive committee member in writing, the 4 persons comprise of a representative from a registered PWD group in the county, 2 youth representatives from registered youth groups in the county, and 1 representative from village savings and loaning associations within the county. The person who shall be qualified as the chairperson of a committee should have knowledge and at least 5 years experience in matters relating to finance, business, economics, agriculture, or any other related field, and hold a bachelor's degree from a recognized university in Kenya. Message from the governor. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the Honorable Speaker of the County Assembly conveyed a message to the Assembly on 20th January 2026 that His Excellency the Governor had nominated one Dr. Ann Kalondu Choya for appointment as the chairperson of the Makueni County Empowerment Fund Committee. The name of the committee and her testimonials were thereafter committed to the Sectoral Committee on Gender, Children, Youth, Sports, and Social Services for consideration. An advert was placed by the clerk of the County Assembly in print media, specifically the Standard, dated 22nd January 2026, inviting the nominee for vetting before the Assembly Committee. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Ann Kalondu Choya appeared before the committee on 2nd February 2026 at 9 a.m. for vetting by the committee pursuant to the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Public Appointments Act 2017, and the County Governments Act 2012, and the Makueni County Assembly Standing Orders on her suitability for the appointment to the position of chairperson. The committee considered the nomination of Dr. Ann Kalondu Choya for appointment as the chairperson of the MSEF committee, guided by Section 8 of the Public Appointments Act 2017, and prepared its report. Honorable Speaker, we posed several questions to the nominee to establish their suitability to this position, and I want to assure this House that we found her fit for the position. We perused through her documents, some of which included the KRA, the CID certificate, the Higher Education Loan Board, Credit Reference Bureau or CRB, and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission certificate. And the clearance by the foregoing institutions primarily meant to provide information about the nominee on matters touching on integrity, tax compliance, loan repayment, and presence or absence of criminal record, which we found her suitable, Honorable Speaker, because she had been cleared by all those bodies. On conducting the vetting, the committee, amongst other criteria set out in the Public Appointments Act, established her nationality, academic qualifications, professional qualifications and affiliations, knowledge and experience, her knowledge of public finance management, understanding of the Constitution, her communication skills, computer literacy, potential conflicts of interest, integrity, overall suitability for the position, and expectation and key priorities. Honorable Speaker, during the committee held on February 2026 at the Assembly, the committee conducted face-to-face interviews of the nominee. Honorable Speaker, the minutes are attached to this report. And I wish to read through the general observations of the committee without going question by question that we asked and her responses, just to prove that she was suitable for this position. The general observations, Honorable Speaker, are that the nominee is a Kenyan citizen as provided for in Article 78(1) of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The nominee is a female aged 61 years, not a public officer, holds a doctorate degree in strategic leadership and which was acquired in the year 2020, having attained her first degree in 1991, that is a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Home Economics at the Egerton University of Kenya. She holds various professional certificates, among them a leadership and administrative of accelerated Christian education attained in South Africa. She has experience of more than 25 years in business and leadership, currently being a director in an international school, that is the Emerald International School. The nominee satisfied the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya on leadership and integrity by producing the documents aforementioned. That the nominee demonstrated vast knowledge on national and county matters concerning gender, youth, children, disability, and community development. That the nominee was conversant with legal instruments governing children, youth, people with disabilities, sporting activities, and gender issues in the county, and that the nominee exhibited excellent communication and interpersonal skills. Honorable Speaker, having considered the academic and professional qualification, the work experience, provisions of Section 45 of the County Governments Act 2012, and other governing laws, having conducted the approval hearings, the committee finds Dr. Anne Kalondu Choya suitable and qualified for appointment as the chairperson of Makueni County Empowerment Fund Committee. Honorable Speaker, having considered the suitability of the nominee and pursuant to Section 8 of the Public Appointments Act 2017, pursuant to Section 45, subsection 1A and B of the County Governments Act 2012, the committee recommends that this assembly approves the nomination of Dr. Anne Kalondu Choya as the chairperson of the Makueni County Empowerment Fund Committee. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank all the members of the committee for their input and valuable contributions during the deliberations and the vetting of the nominee. On behalf of the committee, I thank all members of the committee and I wish to thank the officers of the Speaker and the Clerk of the County Assembly for the logistical support accorded to the committee during the exercise. On behalf of the members of the Sectoral Committee on Gender, Children, Youth, Sports and Social Services, and pursuant to provision of Standing Order number 2217, subsection 5F, it is my pleasure and duty to present to the Assembly the committee's report on the vetting of Anne Kalondu Choya for appointment as the chairperson of the Makueni County Empowerment Fund for consideration and approval. Honorable Speaker, without repeating what I have just read, I believe that this nominee is suitable for this position, and we are behind schedule. We should have passed this report long ago so that the people of Makueni can benefit from the fund, because it may not be operationalized without the chairperson in place. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg that we support this motion so that she can take oath of office and begin work immediately. She demonstrated that she has vast knowledge in fund administration and even has very resourceful networks where we can get partners that can help us in running our fund. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to call upon Honorable Mateso
to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very true that this particular nominee, Dr. Anna Kalondu Chua, is very suitable to head this fund, Mr. Speaker. She's very qualified in terms of experience, terms of academic wise. She's very qualified, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we hope if she's nominated, she will lead this fund to very high levels, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I second this motion.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the Assembly adopts the report of the Committee on Gender, Children, Youth, Sports and Social Services on the vetting of the nominee for the appointment of the non-executive chairpersons for the Makueni County Empowerment Fund Committee laid on the table of the Assembly on 16th of February 2026. The floor is open for debate. Honorable Jane Mwanthi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand in support of the nominee of Dr. Anna Kalondu because I'm a member of that committee. And she is a qualified leader with a lot of experience. She's a good communicator. She is very much innovative. And she's a transformational leader who can bring better results to this program. So, Honorable Speaker, basing what we have heard from the Chair Gender, I pray this Honorable House to pass this leader so that the program may kick on. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Mukawad.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the appointment of Kalondu as a chairperson. And Honorable Speaker, I remind the chair, we are not passing the candidate so that she begins work immediately. But we are passing her because it's our noble duty, either to reject or to approve, but it's a noble duty of this assembly to do that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Tulimani Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon. I need to.
The microphone was requesting on this end.
Oh, I think my colleague was pressing, Mr. Speaker, and probably his mic was not working, so you may shift to his.
Okay. Member for Ngumo Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the nominee. And actually, Mr. Speaker, it's overdue. That nominee is supposed to be swelling in and start working. I support.
Honorable Jacqueline Kamula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the report of the Committee on Gender. Thank you.
Honorable Mercy Mutuku.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Nasimama na kuunga mkono mswada huu. Asante.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to support the motion on the Committee of Gender. Actually, they have given us a comprehensive report on the candidates, and we agree that she's competent, and we expect her to be in office and do justice to the people of Makueni. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It seems that all ladies are requesting to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the motion, Mr. Speaker, because the officer is supposed to be in the office so that he may execute the duties which pertains that office. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Esther Mongeli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the motion on Committee on Gender, to support the motion on the nomination of the Anne. Yeah, thank you.
What is it, member from Ka?
The Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order to know whether the member from Mubauki Kumeni is in order to say that the officer should be in office. Honorable Speaker, and I thought I had raised on that matter with the chair, because assuming the Assembly does not approve that name, because I want to tend to believe that it's casting on a debate, I think, because I don't think it's in order to say that the officer is supposed to be in office by now, while the motion is right in place. So I wanted to know from your guidance whether the member is in order.
Member for Mubauki Kumeni, you are accused of anticipating a vote, which is wrong. Can you clear yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just requesting the members to support the nomination of the officer so that the duties which pertains that office can continue, Mr. Speaker. I was just persuading the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is to tell Honorable Mwema what Honorable Kawempe meant. She wanted to show the importance of the nominee to be passed urgently because of the work ahead of her. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We have quorum. Clerk. Sergeant at Arms, ring the bell for quorum. Honorable members, I now put the question that this assembly of the report of the Committee on Gender, Children, Youth, Sports and Social Services, the vetting of the nominee of the appointment for the non-executive chairperson of Makueni County Empowerment Fund, committee laid on the table of the Assembly on 16th of February 2026. Will as many as of their opinion say aye. Will as many as of our contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it, honorable members. That resolutions mark the approval of the nominee, and I direct the clerk of the County Assembly to prepare report and convey the resolutions of the County Assembly in the manner prescribed in the law, the appointing authority for implementation. Next order. Order point of order, Major.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today we have a lot of engagements and activities. So I stand to beg if we can have a procedural motion to extend the time.
Guys.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33.3, Section A, This assembly resolves to extend its sitting time until all the business appearing on the order paper is dispensed. Honorable Speaker, I call on Honorable Francis Munyao to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second. It's important. It's the most noble thing to do. Thank you.
Honorable members have been presented with a motion by the majority whip requesting that we move a motion to extend the sitting time of this assembly, not to dismiss, or rather not to go home at 5 p.m., but to have a remedial class and go home when the assignment before us on this assignment booklet is finished. This is for the information of the students. But put otherwise is until when the business in this order paper is concluded. I now put the question for vote for members to determine whether they wish to continue until the work is done or they wish to adjourn at 5 p.m. That pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 33, paragraph 3A, this assembly resolves to extend its sitting time until the business appearing in the order paper is dispensed. The floor is open for debate on this motion. Mover of the motion. Just a minute. There are two members who wish to contribute. Member from Lale Mali Ward, followed by member for Kalawa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raise on a matter of procedure, whether you are putting or proposing. Thank you.
Did I put or propose? Very well, a member from Lale Mali. You know, there are students who are more alert than the teachers. So at times they correct teachers. So I was supposed to propose the question, not to put the question. Honorable members, I propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 33, paragraph 3A, this assembly resolves to extend its sitting time until the business appearing in the order paper is dispensed. The floor is open for debate. Member for Kalawa Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion because of two reasons that, Mr. Speaker, are very key. One is that this week actually is a business week for the members. And for us now to dispense all the activities, we need to extend our sitting time so that we can cover what is actually in the order paper. Then number two, Mr. Speaker, because I understand that people of Makueni, they are also watching us, and they are waiting to hear what this assembly is going to enter the purchase of mangoes, which I think to me it is very important. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the extension of time so that we can dispense the business that are critical and the key before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mover of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would want to request the members to support this motion. As all you are aware that we have a lot of pending business that we need to tackle before us today, before we either adjourn or moving on tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I now put the question that pursuant to provision Standing Order number 33, paragraph 3, this assembly resolves to extend its sitting time until all the business appearing in the order paper is dispensed. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Clerk, I will direct for the convenience of the House to proceed to order number 15. Chairperson, Committee on Lands, prepare.
Order number 15, motion. The report of the Committee on Lands, Urban Planning and Development on the statement regarding the implementation of functions transferred to the Emali Sultan Ahmad Municipality.
Thank you.
Honorable Matters, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that this Assembly adopts the report on Committee on Lands and Urban Planning and Development on the statement regarding the implementation of functions transferred to Emali Sultan Ahmad Municipality laid on the table of Assembly on 13th October 2025. Mr. Speaker, Article 185.3 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides that the County Assembly, while respecting the principle of separation of powers, may exercise over the County Executive Committee and any other County Executive organs. Section 39(2) of the County Government Act 2012 provides that the Committee on the County Assembly may require a member of the Executive Committee to attend or appear before the committee and answer any question relating to the members' responsibilities. On 12 March 2025, the member of Emali Mulala Ward, pursuant to the provision of Article 185.3 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Section 39(2) of the County Government Act 2012, revised 2020, and the standing orders of 50 of the Makueni County Assembly standing orders, requested for a statement from the chairperson, Committee on Lands and Urban Planning and Development regarding the implementation of functions transferred to Emali Sultan Ahmad Municipality. The Speaker, in this request, the Honorable Member indicated that in December 2022, the County Assembly approved the Emali Sultan Ahmad Municipality Charter, leading to the conferment of municipal status to Emali Sultan Ahmad area. The member further indicated that for proper functioning of municipality, certain functions previously performed by the County Department of Lands, Urban Planning, Development, Environment and Climate Change were transferred from the Department of Municipality in order to facilitate autonomy of the municipality. The Honorable Member, however, noted that since the transfer of function to the municipality, most of the functions have remained unimplemented by the municipality management. In this request for statement, the Honorable Member sought the following: A list of the functions which were transferred to municipality, when such functions were transferred, and all the staffs, whether seconded or recruited by the municipality, who facilitates the implementation of the transferred function, a list of staff against the duties assigned. B, the status of implementation of each function transferred to the municipality. Listing down all the projects or programs which have been implemented, all are being implemented by the municipality. The C, clarification on whether the municipality has been operating autonomously, and if no, the reasons for the same and the possible solutions in order to achieve full autonomy. D, the total number of money the municipality has received so far and how the same as being utilized. Indicate the source of such monies received. The project, the program funded with the money and the status of each such programs or project. E, the number of bank accounts operated by the municipality, giving details of such accounts, numbers, and balances. Provide the bank statement for the last 1 year. And the F, list of all assets transferred to the municipality, indicating their current status, value, location of vehicles. Provide the type of registration number, and for land, provide the lot numbers and the ownership document. Mr. Speaker, the committee made the following observations: that most of the issues raised in the statement are being well answered. 2, that there was need for all financial resources still held under various county departments from which the municipal functions were transferred to be released to the municipality. 3, the municipality had adequate staff to implement the transformed functions. 4, the municipality has been receiving inadequate resources allocated since organization, or a matter that continues to affect the effective implementation of projects and the programs aligned to the transferred municipal functions. 5, the municipality is yet to be granted financial autonomy, as it still lies on the county treasury for funding and expenditure approval, leading to delayed implementation of planned projects and programs. Mr. Speaker, the committee made the following recommendations. 1, the ECM Lands and Urban Planning Development, Environment and Climate Change ensures that all finances, resources still held under various county departments from which the municipal functions were transferred are released to the municipality by 1st of July 2026. 2, that the ECM Lands and Urban Planning Development, Environment and Climate Change ensures that municipality sets aside adequate budget in the financial year 2026-2027 to facilitate the hiring of adequate staff of Emali Sultan Ahmad municipality, which take charge of all the transferred functions. 3, that the ECM Lands and Urban Planning Development ensures that the municipality is allowed adequate budget in the financial year 2026-2027 and the subsequent financial years effectively to facilitate the implementation of the project and program aligned to the transferred municipal function. And 5, that the county treasury works on modalities to ensure that the municipality is granted full financial autonomy within the next 2 financial years to facilitate faster implementation of planned projects and programs. To thank the members of this committee, their valued contributions during the consideration of the above matter. On behalf of this committee, I thank the office of the Speaker and that of the clerk for the logistical support accorded during the exercise. On behalf of this committee, it is my pleasure and duty to present the report of the Sectoral Committee on Lands and Urban Planning on its consideration of statement regarding the implementation of function transferred to Emali Sultan Ahmad municipality. Mr. Speaker, I call upon Honorable Mwangangi, Vice Chair of this committee, to second the motion.
Honorable members, I propose a question that this assembly adopt the report of the Committee on Lands and Urban Planning and Development on the statement regarding the implementation of the function transferred by Mali Sultan Ahmad Municipality. The report was laid on the table of assembly on 13th of October, 2025. Floor is open for debate. Mover of the motion, a member for Mlale Malu.
Honorable Speaker, I think today I can contribute from this end.
No problem. You are a bona fide member of Azimio. The party leader might have moved without consulting you. So I know where your heart is.
You know, they are not aware. I came intentionally so that they can now start realizing slowly we are in negotiation. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, allow me to disagree with this report with some few issues. Because, Honorable Speaker, they are saying that the report, most of the issues raised with the seminar have been well answered. Honorable Speaker, unlike what they are saying, most of the issues were not responded to perfection. Like, Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the autonomy, the committee is admitting that there is no full autonomy. And they are, in their recommendation, they are taking has 172, 173 of the PFM Act. It dictates clearly what a municipality has to do to meet qualification, an urban to do to meet qualification of a municipality, Honorable Speaker. Source of funds for the municipality are from local revenue collection. And that's why I would wish to refer them that they consider Section 172 and 73 of the PFM Act when making recommendation on this, so that it is based on a law. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the assets, transferred assets, Honorable Speaker, the table provided in Appendix 11, Honorable Speaker, contains vehicles, Honorable Speaker, those which were transferred to the municipalities from the department. Going by that table, Honorable Speaker, and to be specific on item number 2, it is that the refuse collecting tractor, which is working in Mali, in their information of the list of the assets as a vehicle, Honorable Speaker, they don't provide the registration number of that vehicle and the engine number. So you wonder the basis of the evaluation report. How can an evaluation report be valid without those provisions, Honorable Speaker? Two, Honorable Speaker, the evaluation report are not supported. We should have seen an authentic valuation report from an unknown firm to ascertain this is the true value of what has been brought to us, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I would say this report is not UD TIFA. The Speaker, this TIFA was involved in an accident back 2023, year 2023. Up to date, Honorable Speaker, it is in repair. 2023, 2024, now it is 2025 and 2026. Over 4 years, when they are repairing a TIFA, Honorable Speaker, honestly. Where they are talking about the location, in both at the municipality compound, in the government premises, you can't locate this vehicle, Honorable Speaker. And this information, I'm sure the committee is not aware. Let us not just rubber stamp a report because it has been forwarded to us, Honorable Speaker. At times, let us go ahead and fact find. Based on this, Honorable Speaker, this TIFA, which got an accident because it was being
driven by a tractor operator, not a driver. It did not meet insurance conditions, and we didn't get compensation, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, we would have known where can we find this TIFA, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on matters of land, the municipality inherited, or there were some lands which are under management of the municipality, Honorable Speaker. I'm afraid during this taking over and handing over, some would get lost. And we are not being provided with a list of all land which have been transferred to the municipality for its management, Honorable Speaker. And I'm saying this because there is gramping of Emali stockyard land. We realized that 3 acres were gramped and sold to a teachers association from Machakos, Honorable Speaker, and several other persons. So if this is not taken care now, if this is not brought to book this time, when taking over and handing over is happening, then it will be hard to realize later, because they will, the argument will be, we didn't take over that parcel. Rather, we took this parcel of land, Honorable Speaker. So based on those, Honorable Speaker, I would wish, Mr. Speaker, too, there is this ITIMCO. I wish Honorable Musa was here, Honorable Friends Motuku was here, because he has the initiative of the ITIMCO. The ITIMCO, which is being referred to be under repair. And this is a story I was told 2024. It's a tractor, that which lacked a battery, which was, the issue was to purchase a battery and it gets back to use. Now it is grounded, Honorable Speaker. We wish to get details. What is it that is being repaired, Honorable Speaker, so that at least we can get, be in charge of our municipal assets. When we talk about the devolution of resources or the transfer of functions, Honorable Speaker, this is just a resemblance with devolution. Which functions were transferred from the national government to county governments? Equally, certain functions were transferred from the devolved function to municipalities. This is bringing services closer to the citizen. When we talk about devolving staffs, rather than seconding staff, you transfer the staff to the municipality, including their recurrent expenditures. What is it difficult to transfer the recurrent expenditures for our staff who belong to the county? Because it is just the tablet. They will be getting those services from the municipality, rather not the department, Honorable Speaker. So this matter of transfer or secondment of employees, I think even the transitional authority took even only 3 years. Those who were under secondment from the national government, it took 3 years, they were seconded, and the TA, transitional authority, instructed that they be fully transferred to the devolved units, to the counties. Equally, we can now transfer those employees with their resources to the municipalities, so that we can centralize the source of power. You know, some of the secondary officers get instruction from the HQ, from the department. That's bring the question, where should someone take instruction from? Honorable Speaker, I think using your wisdom, maybe you can use standing order number 1, so that the committee we don't reject the report. How they can consider those issues and incorporate them in the report, so that the report can be more detailed, and the recommendation can be more powerful, so that at least we can make our municipalities truly functional. Rather than going ahead, we vote yes or no when we are not in agreement. It is good we agree on the loopholes. This would have been realized, Honorable Speaker, if the committee would have invited me in their sitting. If I were invited, I could have come, and we could have talked all these ions together, and it would be very easy just to say nay or aye, and possibly, of course, agreement on this report. So Honorable Speaker, I respect the committee and I congratulate them for the far they have gone. But honestly, Honorable Speaker, use your wisdom, we can incorporate those information so that at least the report can be more useful to our county. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, you take note of the issues raised by a member from Lale Mali. He has confronted you with facts. It's not about debate. Facts that, according to him, he thinks that when they are excluded from this report, then the report is misleading. Any other member to contribute? There's no member to contribute. We have quorum. Sergeant at Arms, you ring the bell. Honorable Chair, it's up to you to choose to proceed or otherwise.
Just allow.
Honorable Matters?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just first to actually inform my neighbor here, Honorable Details, that is saying that this was a statement. He doesn't know that we have converted it to a report, to a motion. So I was trying to explain to him how it became a motion. So I think it's important you have understood. Mr. Speaker, allow me, I don't want to be informed. I've already informed him. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Cosmas seemed to know much about this statement. And it's not true that we never invited him to come to the committee. He came, Mr. Speaker. And since he has some information that can enrich the recommendations of this report, I will not get tired to actually call him once again in the committee so that we can enrich this report. Then, Mr. Speaker, again, it will take time for this municipality to be autonomous, Mr. Speaker. And this is due to we don't get adequate resources, Mr. Speaker. Like in terms of sports, staffs, Mr. Speaker, we have just seconded staffs from the county government because we don't have enough resources to employ them. So, Mr. Speaker, we will just move. There is autonomous in this municipality. So, Mr. Speaker, I will invite him. I commit myself to invite him in committee so that we can make actions for this, not recommendation, the recommendations and the findings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you withdrawing the motion? Have you replied to the motion? We take a vote. Where are we? Have you withdrawn the motion to pave way for discussion with member from Lale Mali? Or?
The information that he has once we invite him in the committee.
Order, honorable members. I defer to put the question to the subsequent sitting. Next order. Yes, we will revert to order number 8.
Order number 8, procedural motion, waiving of notice period.
Leader of the majority party. go to papers. No, not notices. Papers.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Public Accounts Committee. Chairperson, Public Investments.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm standing in for the chair. Honorable Speaker, by the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority, the financial year 2025-2026. For the financial year 2025-2026, I lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion. That notwithstanding the provisions of standing, Speaker. I beg to notice, Assembly adopts the report of the Joint County Public Investment and County Public Accounts Committee on inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority in the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the Assembly on 16th February 2026.
You know, majority, where is the paper that it? Chairperson. Chairperson, no paper has been laid. There's no paper. Honorable members, I'm told the paper is not ready. In the circumstances, we'll proceed with the business. Order number 18. The chairperson committee on health. On the oversight exercise on the implementation of Social Health Authority and Social Health Insurance Fund across the county is conducted by honorable members in just a minute. So there's a request of a statement on the same. Is it? Now, Chairperson, I would direct that within this week, you will source a response to the executive committee member on the statement sought by a member from Petition Ward on the reimbursement by the national government on CHA, particularly Makueni County Hospital, so that as you present your report, we see whether that has been reflected on this report. It's important that you get the responses together with this report so that as you present this report and respond to the statement, you can tell us the variance. Order number 16.
Order number 16, motion. The House will bring the report of the Committee on Infrastructure, Transport, Public Works, Housing and Energy for the period January to June 2025.
Mover of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move this motion that this Assembly adopts the yearly progress report for the Committee on Infrastructure, Transport, Public Works, Housing and Energy for the period January to June 2025. Pursuant to Standing Order 203 of the Makueni County Assembly Standing Orders, unless a more regular interval is prescribed under the written law or the County Assembly Standing Orders, each select committee shall submit a yearly progress report to the County Assembly within 2 months after the end of the 6 months. During the reporting period under review, the committee held 28 sittings, and the following business was transacted within the period under review. Report consideration of the financial year 2024-2025 third quarter budgetary allocation implementation report for the budget for the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Public Works, Housing and Energy. B, report of the Committee on Infrastructure, Transport, Public Works, Housing and Energy on the need to establish an access road connecting Makueni and Kajiado counties through Cambo. C, a yearly progress report of the Committee on Infrastructure, Transport, Public Works, Housing and Energy for the period July to December 2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee considered and responded to the following statements. 1, statement regarding the lack of maintenance of the roads in Kathanzweni Ward. The statement had not been concluded by end of the period under review. 2, statement regarding the non-implementation of various road projects in Pitini Ward. The statement was not concluded within the period under review. 3, the statement regarding the delayed payment of plant operators in the county. The statement was converted to a report before it had been concluded. D, statement regarding the impassable status of the Kivani Road in Kilungu Ward. The statement was concluded within the period under review. The statement regarding the impassable status of Ngulai, Makasa, Dispensary, Kwa Kinye, Kwa Lole, Tudhi, Mukami, Udhasium, Bulutini Dispensary, Gangani Road, and the statement was concluded within the period under review. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee further considered the following documents. A, the Makueni County Financial Year 2024-2025 Supplemented Budget 2. The committee submitted its report to the Budget and Appropriation Committee. B, consideration of the Makueni Fiscal Strategy Paper 2025. C, the Makueni County Financial Year 2025-2026 Budget Estimates. The committee submitted its report to the Budget and Appropriation Committee. The committee conducted a budget benchmarking visit to the Rerek Energy Center in Kitui County. The committee did not consider any bills or petitions. Further, no training was undertaken by the committee within the period under review. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee anticipates to undertake the following business. A, implementation status of the County Assembly resolutions. B, consideration of the supplementary budget for the year 2025-2026. Consideration of policies or bills that shall be forwarded to the County Assembly by the Department of Roads, Transport, Public Works, Housing and Energy. Benchmark with other counties on matters of legislation on infrastructure, transport and energy. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee made the following findings. 1, untimely response to issues by the county executive led to the failure of the committee not to be able to meet set deadlines. 2, sluggishness in developing a legislative framework for the department which would enhance program implementation as some policies and bills have remained at the drafting stage for over 6 months. 3, inadequate oversight activity by the committee due to insufficient resources. 4, the committee noted delayed approval of reports in the County Assembly leading to missed action timelines. 5, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Public Housing and Energy has delayed implementation of the resolutions passed by the County Assembly despite clear directives and timelines issued by the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, January to June 2025, the committee encountered the following challenges. 1, delayed response from the executive arm of the county government that led to failure by the committee to execute county assembly business within the scheduled timelines. 2, inadequate committee budget to enable it to implement its activities as scheduled in the committee work plan, that is benchmarking, oversight, and training. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee recommends as follows. 1, there's need for the establishment of clear response timelines in the County Assembly Executive Communication Protocol with accountability measures for delays upon adoption of this report. The department should set strict deadlines for drafting and reviewing policies and bills supported by a legislative work plan and allocate technical support and legal drafting resources to fast-track the process. 3, the County Assembly should increase budgetary allocation for the oversight activities in the committee's annual budget in the forthcoming supplementary budget. 4, the County Assembly should adopt a priority scheduling system to fast-track debate and adoption of critical reports that may be overtaken by time. And finally, the committee should ensure that the department establishes clear timelines, allocates adequate resources, and strengthens coordination with the Assembly to ensure that resolutions are acted upon promptly and effectively. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to thank the Office of the Speaker and Clerk of the County Assembly for the support according to the committee, and also thank the members of the committee for their commitment in attending to the committee sittings and input in undertaking the committee business within the period under review. On behalf of the committee, it's my pleasant duty to present to this Honorable House the committee's half-yearly progress report for adoption. Mr. Speaker, allow me to call Honorable Manzo, member of the committee, to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose that this Assembly adopt the half-yearly progress report of the Committee on Infrastructure, Transport, Public Works, Housing and Energy for the period January to June 2025 laid on the table of the Assembly on 29 September 2025. The floor is open for debate. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I call upon this House to pass the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this Assembly adopt the half-yearly progress report of the Committee on Infrastructure, Transport, Public Works, Housing and Energy for the period January to June 2025 laid on the table of the Assembly on 29 September 2025. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now direct that this report be communicated to the Committee on Liaison for implementation. Next order.
Order number 17, motion. The half-yearly progress report of the Committee on Environment and Climate Change for the period January to June 2025.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion. The half-yearly progress report of the Committee of Environment and Climate Change for the period of January to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, allow me to go to the main report where, Honorable Speaker, on the committee business, the committee did not consider any bill during the period under review. On the matter of policies, the committee considered the Water Municipality Waste Management Policy, and the committee developed the following reports. The half-yearly progress report of the committee from the period of January to June 2025, the consideration of the third quarter budget implementation report for the 2024-2025 financial year, the Makueni County financial year 2024-2025 supplementary budget 2, also the consideration of the 2025 Makueni fiscal strategy paper, and the report on the Makueni financial year 2025-2026 budget estimates, and also the second report on the implementation report of the County Assembly resolutions of the third assembly. On the matter of statements, the committee considered a statement as requested by the member from Nzawi Kilili Kalamba Ward, which is still under consideration. A statement regarding non-implementation of climate change mitigation project at Londokwe Dam in Kathonsweni. Also the statement regarding the oil spillage from Kenya Pipeline in Thanke Ward, which is still at the Senate level and implementation. On the matter of petitions, the committee looked at a public petition by the residents of Chandulu in Ngumo regarding the distribution of Chandulu borehole water from Dovoine to Siumele subward, which was still under the committee's recommendation by the development of this report. Speaker, on the projected, Honorable Speaker, there is a table that has been developed to show the timelines of the projected business. However, Honorable Speaker, we still have the financial year 2025-2026 budget estimates, the Makueni County Environment Bill that is before the committee, the Makueni County Solid Waste Disposal Policy, which is before the committee, the Makueni County Forest Policy, and also the amendment of the Climate Change Regulations of 2021, and the follow-up on the implementation of the projects in the department or any other business that may be committed. But Speaker, the committee recommends the following: that the department responsible should provide timely response to the committee and always facilitate the committee, that is the assembly, to have building capacity, especially that matters of climate change are technical in nature. And also the department should provide quarterly report, the budget report to the committee, and also provide an update of the status of implementation of the resolutions emanating from this committee as passed by the House. And finally, to ensure that the recommendations contained in the reports are considered in a timely manner. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Committee of Environment and Climate Change, I take this opportunity to thank your office, the Office of the Speaker, and the Office of the Clerk for facilitation of this report and members of the committee. Therefore, invite the member from Mavindini Ward to second this report.
Honorable members, I now propose that this assembly adopt the half-yearly progress report of the Committee on Environment and Climate Change for the period January to June 2025 laid on the table of the assembly on 29th September 2025. The floor is open for debate. Mover. Honorable members, I now put the question that this assembly adopt the half-yearly progress report, the Committee on Environment and Climate Change for the period January to June 2025 laid on the table of the assembly on 29 September 2025. As men of that opinion say aye, may as men of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. This report to be communicated to the Committee on Liaison for implementation. Next order.
Order number 19, motion. The half-yearly progress report of the Committee on Education, ICT and Internship for the period January to June 2025.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following motion that this Assembly adopts the half-year progress report of the Committee on Education, ICT and Internship for the period year 2025 laid on the table of the Assembly on 30th September 2025. Honorable Speaker, allow me to go directly to the executive summary. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 32 sittings from 15th January 2025 to 24th June 2025. During the said period, the committee conducted the following businesses. Number one, considered the half-year progress report of the Committee on ICT, Education and Internship for the period July to December 2024. Two, considered the report of the Committee on ICT, Education and Internship on consideration of the nomination of County Bursary Committee members for the period 24 to 2027. Three, considered the report of the Committee on ICT, Education and Internship on the oversight exercise on early childhood development and education centers across the county conducted on 30th and 31st January 2025 laid on the table of the Assembly on 5th May 2025. 4. Considered the report on the financial year 2024 to 2025 Makueni County Supplementary Budget 2 estimates for the Department of ICT, Education and Internship. And 5. Considered the report on the financial year 2025 to 2026 Makueni Budget estimate for the Department of ICT, Education and Internship. The achievements made by the department. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee achieved the following. 1. During the period under review, the committee achieved the following. Number 1, considered the half-year progress report of the Committee on ICT, Education and Internship for the period July to December 2024. And 2, considered the report of the Committee on ICT, Education and Internship on consideration of the nomination of County Bursary Committee members for the period 2024 to 2027. And 3, considered the report of the Committee on ICT, Education and Internship on the oversight exercise on early childhood development and education centers across the county, conducted on 30th and 31st January 2025, laid on the table of the Assembly on 5th May 2025. And number 4, considered the report on the financial year 2024 to 2025 Makueni County Supplementary Budget 2 estimates for the Department of ICT, Education and Internship. 5. Considered the report on the financial year 2025-2026 Makueni Budget estimate for the Department of ICT, Education and Internship. The department faced some challenges, which, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee faced the following challenges during the period under review. Number 1, lack of committee training on legislative matters, which limited the committee in discharging its duties. And 2, reshuffling of committee membership, which in turn resulted in quorum injuries. And these are the findings. Finding number 1, during the period under review, the committee did not consider any petition or bill. Number 2, during the period under review, the committee considered a total of 5 reports 3, during the period under review, the committee considered 3 statements. And 4, the committee reviewed and provided timely feedback on all the issues that were brought to its attention. This is the recommendation. Recommendation number 1, the Department of ICT Education and Internship should continue with the spirit of furnishing the Assembly with the requested information in time. Recommendation number 2, the County Assembly Committee on Implementation should follow up on all unimplemented resolutions and ensure that they are carried out. If not, the committee should recommend sanctions to the respective department in 3 months' time after adoption of this report. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to acknowledge, on behalf of the committee, I wish to thank the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk for the support offered to the committee. On behalf of the committee, I hereby present this report to the County Assembly for adoption. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to call Honorable Nzipo to second this report.
Honorable members, I now propose that this Assembly adopt the half-year progress report of the Committee on Education, ICT, and Internship for the period January to June 2025, laid on the table of the Assembly on 30th September 2025. The floor is open for debate. Mover. Honorable members, I now put the question that this Assembly adopt the half-year progress report of the Committee on Education, ICT, and Internship for the period January to June 2025, laid on the table of the Assembly on 30th September 2025. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I direct that this report be forwarded to the Committee on Liaison for implementation and action. Thank you.
Honorable members, I direct that we go back to the papers. Chairperson Committee will lay a paper. The Public Investment Accounts Committee, Public Accounts Committee, Joint Committee. Honorable Kusungi, you have to lay the paper as required of you. Or who's going to lay the paper? Clerk, read the order. Papers.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Public Investment Committee, Public Accounts Committee, Joint Committee. Lay a paper. Proceed, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Chair of the Joint Committee, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly today. The report of the Joint County Public Investment and County Public Accounts Committee on inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority in the financial year 2025-2026. I lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, give a notice of motion.
Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this Assembly adopts the report, the
Chairperson, proceed. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I believe it is to the best interest of the public that we want to stream the tabling of this report live for everyone to benefit with the report. I was in the executive summary, Mr. Speaker, and during the 5th sitting of the County Assembly held on 10th February 2026, the Assembly considered the report, the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative Development's report on the purchase of mangoes by the Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant in the financial year 2025-2026, following public outcry. The report was rejected and the matter was referred to the Joint Committees on Public Investments and Public Accounts for further inquiry pursuant to Standing Order 205. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority Act 2017 was enacted to mitigate farmer losses through processing and marketing and to facilitate systematic engagement with farmers, data collection, registration and monitoring of fruit production. The Department of Agriculture oversees Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority to ensure effective delivery of its mandate in developing, producing, and marketing high-quality fruits and fruit products. Mr. Speaker, sir, the inquiry identified serious concerns regarding the financial, operational, and governance performance of Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority and the Department of Agriculture, despite significant public investment. Key issues include, number one, limited processing of the county's total mango production, raising value for money concerns. Number two, inadequate planning, budgeting, and pricing mechanisms for mango procurement. Number three, non-compliance with procurement laws and delays in payments to farmers. Number four, absence of critical infrastructure, that is cold storage and limited processing capacity, affecting financial sustainability and post-harvest loss reduction. Number five, and the last one of the key issues the committee observed was questions about Makueni County Food Development and Marketing Authority's financial and operational autonomy, oversight effectiveness and responsiveness to farmer grievances. Mr. Speaker, sir, the general objective of the inquiry was to assess the financial, operational, governance, and oversight performance of Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority and Makueni Fruit Processing Plant and the Department of Agriculture in mango procurement and value chain management during the financial year 2025-2026, and to determine whether public investment delivers value for money and achieves its intended objectives. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Article 195 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Section 39(2) of the County Governments Act 2012, revised 2020, and Section 18(1) of the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017, the committee convened a consultative meeting with stakeholders to clarify issues raised in the mango procurement inquiry. On 13th February 2026, Mr. Speaker, witnesses were sworn in and provided submissions, offering evidence and explanations to inform the committee's assessment of financial, operational, and governance matters related to the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority and the Makueni Fruit Processing Plant. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Joint Committee reviewed the performance of Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority, the Makueni Fruit Processing Plant, and the Department of Agriculture during the financial year 2025-2026, following public concern over mango procurement. The inquiry found misaligned budgets, deviations from supply agreements, weak farmer verification, insufficient collection centers, unauthorized use of a government vehicle, limited processing capacity, market inefficiencies, and incomplete financial autonomy. The committee recommended establishing verified farmer databases, operationalizing direct deliveries, implementing monitoring systems, expanding collection centers, enforcing disciplinary measures, diversifying markets, formalizing stakeholder agreements, and amending the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority Act to allow retention of internally generated revenue to improve transparency, accountability, and value for money. Acknowledgement, Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the joint committees, I thank the officers of the Speaker and the Clerk of the County Assembly for facilitation during the consideration of this report. And I also thank the honorable members of the Joint Committee for the commitment in discharging their mandate effectively. On behalf of the committee, I present this report to the Assembly for adoption. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's a voluminous report, and I wish to straight go to the findings and the recommendations of the Joint Committee, if you allow, Mr. Speaker.
Where is it? On page what?
The findings are the findings start at page 26 of the report, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairman, there is so much that is of importance for purposes of records. You may not really have to read the charts and the paragraphs. I mean the charts where you have a list of words and the number of farmers, but there is the basis of the findings. So what is your request? That you proceed to page number 26?
I proceed to page number 26, where there is the committee, the joint committee findings. And then I proceed to give the recommendations of the committee.
Proceed. You on page?
Mr. Speaker, I had read through the executive summary.
You are now on page?
I'm now, the next page is on the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by the Makueni County Fruit Development Authority in the financial year, which is page 1 of the report, Mr. Speaker.
So you wish to go to the findings and recommendations. Go ahead.
If you so direct.
You start from Submissions by,
We have submissions by the ECM, agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and then we also have
and submissions by different to farmers, 2.4. Then we have submission by the chief officer. There's a narrative there.
yeah.
The submission by the ECM. You have a summary of submission by the ECM.
We have a detailed submission by the ECM, point by point.
Yes, you will touch on the introduction submission by ECM, executive committee member. Then you will go to submissions by the chief officer. Chief executive officer, page 16. You have to note the submissions were by who.
Yes.
Yes, so you must at least touch on every. That is 1.1, is it 2.1, 2.2, 2.3? Just take note of each and every submission for purposes of records as you go to findings. So find your way to the findings through touching.
Do I begin with 2.0?
Yes.
Which
is important for purposes
which serves a basis for 2.1. 2.0.
2.1, proceed with 2.1.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm on page 5 of the report, Honorable Members. Submissions by the Executive Committee member for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperative Development. Number one was a question on the role of the department in overseeing the function of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority. The Executive Order number 2 of 2023, signed on 28th September 2023, places Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority as one of the entities in the department, as provided in Annex 1A of the report, Mr. Speaker. The authority is established by Section 4.1 of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority Act 2017 and its subsequent amendment as provided for in Annex 1B of the report, Mr. Speaker. Under the Act, the CECM for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperative Development performs the following functions. A, appointment of board members. 3, non-executive members, and 2, farmer representatives, as provided for in Section 6.1 of the Act, Mr. Speaker. Receiving the other function of the CECM is receiving periodic reports from the board, Mr. Speaker, and the final function of the CECM is the chief officer responsible for agriculture is a member of the board. Number 2, the committee sought to get a status report on the financial autonomy of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority. And we have a human resource status, Mr. Speaker. The gazettement of Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority was in July 2017 and was the first step of the formation of authority. A board to run the authority was appointed in January 2018 and through a request to the County Public Service Board by the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority Board, a chief executive officer was appointed and designated as an accounting officer in July 2020 in order to strengthen the capacity of the authority to be able to competently handle the finance, accounting, and administrative functions. A finance and administration manager was hired in December 2020. On financial matters, Mr. Speaker, in the financial year 2024-2025, the county delinked the authority's budget from the parent Department of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative Development, enabling it to operate as a standalone entity responsible for its own procurement and financial obligations as provided for in Annex 2A of the report, Mr. Speaker. The county is also in the process of transferring assets currently held under the county ownership to the authority as per attached documentation as provided for in Annex 2B of the report. And in addition, the authority prepares financial statements and undergoes audited as a semi-autonomous government agency. The last one is the current gaps in financial autonomy, Mr. Speaker. The authority has been remitting all sales proceeds to the County Revenue Fund in compliance with Section 109(2) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 with the existing Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority Act 2017, failing to explicitly address the management of finances. To address this gap, the authority has initiated amendments to the Act as provided for in Annex 2C of the report to enable expenditure at source and reinvestment of internally generated revenue. That is in Annex 2D. A schedule for finalization of the amendment process is attached in Annex ZE. The other question, Mr. Speaker, the Joint Committee sought to know what the department has done to improve fruit processing infrastructure in the county. The department responded by saying that they have done the following to improve fruit processing infrastructure in the county. 1, construction and equipping of the fruit processing plant facility in 2017, operationalization of the plant through appointment of the board and staffing, establishment and operationalization of 3 pack houses or cold rooms at Kavodo, which is in Bitine Ward, Kalawani, which is in Tulimani Ward, and Kalongo, which is in Kilongo Ward. That can be found in Annex 3. Number 4, renovation of Kibwezi HCD, Horticultural Crop Development Facility, through an MOU between the government of Makueni and Trademark Africa. That is found in Annex 3A. During the renovation and to facilitate mango offtake in the year 2025-2026 season, the department opened a makeshift pack house at Kibwezi, Kenya National Highways Authority facilities in partnership with Trademark Africa, which saw an offtake of 2,140 metric tons of mangoes valued at 160.5 million, as seen in Annex 3A-I, Mr. Speaker. Number 6, the department continued to operate the water makeshift pack house and ensured inspection and certification by the Horticultural Crops Development, which saw an offtake of 60 metric tons valued at Kenya shillings 1.8 million in the financial year 2025-2026 season, Mr. Speaker. Number 7, the department, through its officers, linked farmers to other private sector players. We have a pack house in Mali, Mr. Speaker, operated by NAMA, which saw an offtake of 1,185 metric tons of mangoes valued at 35.4 million in the 2025-2026 season, Mr. Speaker. Number 8, the department, in collaboration with private sector players in the mango value chain, who have to date taken mangoes, as indicated, we have VAT limited. They have bought mangoes worth of the. They have bought mangoes of 3,000, 31,000, 30.34 metric tons, Mr. Speaker, valued at 6,969,744. Goshen Farm Exporters Limited, 400 metric tons, valued at 8 million.
The aspect of exporters may not be very important at the moment. Go to the next.
Do I go through the question that require the department to show if they have collected data on mango farmers across the county?
2.2.
2.2.
Page 16.
2.2, Mr. Speaker, is a submission by the Chief Executive Officer, Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority. And there was a question, number 1, that sought to know the amount allocated for the purchase of mangoes in the financial year 2025-2026. The approved budget allocation for purchase of mangoes in the financial year 2025-2026 was Kenya shillings 13.9 million as per the authority's approved annual budget. Note, there was a further reallocation of 6.4 million done to enhance offtake of mangoes. In view of the above, the authority's total allocation for purchase of mangoes in the financial year 2025-2026, Mr. Speaker, was a total amount of 20.3 million. I continue to question number 2 on the Honorable Speaker, 2.3 of the report, which is in page 22 of the report, is a submission by the farmer producer organizations or cooperatives contracted to supply mangoes to the Makueni County fruit processing plant. The committee invited the chairpersons and secretaries of the 7 cooperatives who are contracted to supply and deliver fresh mangoes to the Makueni County fruit processing plant for the financial year, years 2024-2025 and 2025-2026, Mr. Speaker. The SACCOs were, number 1, Makuo Farmers Cooperative Society Limited. Number 2, Kika Farmers SACCO. Number 3, Molili Chale Farmers Cooperative. Number 4, Ngemulok Fruit Producers Cooperative Society. Number 5, Zakika CDDC. Number 6, Kalamba Farmers Cooperative. Number 7, and the last cooperative which was contracted is Makueni Fruit Processors Cooperative Limited. Do I continue after? Continue. The supply schedule for the financial year 2025-2026 was that each cooperative supplies 10 metric tons per day for 5 days in a week, as from 8th January 2026. Further, each cooperative was allocated wards of operation and was to source mangoes from its members, Mr. Speaker. As at the time of interrogation, Mr. Speaker, only 3 farmer producer organizations, namely Makuo Farmers Cooperative Society Limited, Kika Farmers Sacco, and Mulili Chale Farmers Cooperative, appeared before the joint committee. The other 4, that is Gemulok Fruit Producers Cooperative Society, Zakeka CDDC, Kalamba Farmers Cooperative, and Makuene Fruit Processors Cooperative Limited, had left and therefore made no submission to the joint committee. The cooperatives present submitted as follows. Honorable Speaker, I seek your guidance on...
Yes, proceed with that data, is very important.
Kika Farmers Sacco. This was their submission. The Sacco is based in Ukia Ward. The Sacco entered into framework contract with the authority on 6th of January 2025. The Sacco was to purchase mangoes at Kenya shillings 19 shillings from the farmers and supply at 23 shillings to the authority. The Sacco, Mr. Speaker, purchased mangoes from the following wards: Wotenzio Ward, Nzaui, Kilili, Kalamba Ward, Movao, Kikumene Ward, Kaske Ward, Mokaa Ward, Kimakio Kalanzone Ward, Ilima Ward, Ukia Ward, Kee Ward, Kilungu Ward, Dange Ward, Ivingone Nzambane Ward, Kisau Kiteta Ward, Kakowaya Ward, Makindo Ward, Kikumbulio South Ward, Kikumbulio North Ward, Nguumo Ward, and Nguo Masumba wards, Mr. Speaker. The Sacco also sourced for mangoes from a farmer in Emali Mulala Ward. This was after being called upon by the area ward agricultural officer, Mr. Speaker. The Sacco, Mr. Speaker, linked both its members and non-members for the supply of the mangoes to the authorities, since it had no members in some areas approved for sourcing its mangoes. It retained 0.5 shillings per kg of every kg bought from a farmer, Mr. Speaker. The Sacco also supplied 9.98 metric tons, 15.8 metric tons, and 17.16 metric tons on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of January 2026, respectively. The second Sacco, or farmer producer organization, Mr. Speaker, to give their submission was Makuo Farmers, which is based in Makendo Ward, and the Sacco entered into framework contract with authority on the 6th of January 2025. The Sacco purchased mangoes at Kenya shillings 19 from the farmers and supplied at 23 shillings to the authority, Mr. Speaker. The Sacco sourced for a loan from a local bank to enable it to purchase mangoes from the farmers. The Sacco was to purchase mangoes from the following wards, Mr. Speaker: Wotenzio, Zaue Kilile Kalamba, Muvau Kikumene, Ukia, Masongaleni, Mtitoandei, Dhange, Ivingone Nzambane, Mboone, Kalawa, Tulimani, Makindu, Kidhungo Kitundu, Kisau Kiteta, Kakowaya, Kikumbulio South, and Kikumbulio North wards, Mr. Speaker. The Sacco purchased mangoes from both its members and non-members for the supply of the mangoes to the authorities, since it had no members on some areas approved for sourcing its mangoes. And it supplied the following volume of mangoes, Mr. Speaker, to the plant: 25.92 metric tons, 36.4 metric tons, and 11.2 metric tons. This was supplied on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of January 2026, respectively, Mr. Speaker, which was way above the expected 30 metric tons that the SACCO had an agreement with the plant, Mr. Speaker. The last SACCO was Mulili Chale Farmers SACCO. The SACCO is based in Ngo Masomba Ward, Mr. Speaker. The SACCO entered into framework contract with authority on 6th of January 2025, and it was supposed to purchase mangoes at 19 shillings and supply at 23 shillings at the authority, Mr. Speaker. This SACCO, Mulili Chale, was supposed to pick mangoes from the following wards, Mr. Speaker: Wotenzio, Zawe Kelele Kalamba, Movao Kikumene, Ketese Keduke, Kadonzwene, Mavendene, Mbitine, Makendo, Kikombolio South, Kikombolio North, Ukea, Masongaleni, Mtitoandei, Dhange, Ivingoni Nzambani, Mboone, Kalawa, Tulimane, Kedungo Ketundu, Kesau Keteta, and Kakowaya wards, Mr. Speaker. This SACCO purchased mangoes from both its members and non-members for the supply of mangoes to the authority, since in some wards it had no members that it had been provided to pick mangoes from. The SACCO provided the following volumes of mangoes to the plant: 10.9 metric tons, 26.34 metric tons, and 35.7 metric tons on the 8th, 9th, and 10th January 2026, respectively. This was also way above the 10 metric tons that the SACCO was supposed to supply per day, Mr. Speaker. I go to 2.4, Mr. Speaker. Submission by individual farmers and agents to the exporters. The committee resolved to engage individual farmers and exporter agents through phone calls due to limited time and resources. Farmers. The joint committee engaged farmers who reported discrepancies in delivery records. For example, there was a farmer from Okea Ward, Mr. Speaker, who stated that she delivered mangoes on 8th of January 2026, not on 8th and 9th of January 2026 as recorded. So this farmer delivered mangoes only once, but not twice, as recorded. Exporter agents. There was a caucus, Mr. Speaker, of lead mango farmers led by one Mr. Paul Masai Kimweli, John Momo, Betty, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to continue. I was trying to quench my thirst, Mr. Speaker. The other lead farmer was John Mumo, Betty, and Alex. This caucus was formed to monitor and prevent exploitation of farmers by exporter agents, Mr. Speaker. Several meetings were held. One was held in Mali town, during which mango prices were allegedly set. These actions resulted in disagreements with exporter agents, leading some exporters to withdraw from purchasing mangoes from Makueni County, Mr. Speaker. A leader was appointed for the common interest group in the mango value chain. An association called the Mango Community, comprising agents and suppliers, was formed to engage farmers on purchase prices, Mr. Speaker. The exporters, Mr. Speaker, and suppliers coordinated with marketers and transporters to purchase mangoes. It has to be noted, Mr. Speaker, that there arose disagreement between suppliers and the Farmers Association, citing exploitation concerns. And now, Mr. Speaker, I go to the joint committee findings. The committee noted that, number one, following a public outcry by dissatisfied farmer organizations regarding the entire process of the purchase and supply of mangoes on 11th January 2026. The outcry was identified on the 11th of January 2026, Mr. Speaker. And when the authority realized this, through its chief executive officer, Mr. Speaker, convened a meeting with the suppliers on the 12th of January 2026. During the meeting, 3 cooperatives, which are Kika, Mulili Chale, and Makuo, which had oversupplied mangoes, were temporarily suspended to allow other farmer organizations to catch up. Subsequently, the board of the authority inquired into the matter of the oversupply and established that the CEO had permitted it. The CEO, that is the Chief Executive Officer of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority, Mr. Speaker, was unable to provide proof authenticating the source of the oversupplied mangoes, Mr. Speaker. This led to his interdiction on the 9th of February 2026, pending further investigation. The Chief Executive Officer failed to adhere to the provisions of the Section 44(1), subsection 2(e) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015 and did not ensure compliance with sections 68, 147, 148, and 149 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, number 18 of 2012. Mr. Speaker, with your guidance, I was of the opinion, I read a finding and I read the recommendation, or I go through the findings and then all through the recommendations.
You want to read a finding and the corresponding recommendation? So
that members don't get lost.
Very well. In every findings, you have a recommendation?
In every finding, we have a recommendation, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed in that manner.
Fair enough. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, for that particular finding, Mr. Speaker, there is a recommendation by the Joint Committee which states that the board of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority should consider initiating disciplinary action, including dismissal against Mr. Joseph Keoko, Chief Executive Officer, for authorizing the oversupply of mangoes by the 3 cooperatives, that is Kika, Mulili Chale, and Makuo. This action is in line with Section 45, subsection 5 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, which stipulates that all public officers involved in procurement or asset disposal processes are responsible for their action and omissions, Mr. Speaker. That is the specific recommendation from the Joint Committee on that particular finding, Mr. Speaker. Finding number 2, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Executive Officer of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority violated Section 162 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by failing to ensure that public resources were used lawfully, efficiently, and transparently, Mr. Speaker. Further, the CEO committed an act of financial misconduct under Section 197(1), subsection I of the Act by authorizing the use of a county government vehicle, registration number 17CG096A, for transporting mangoes for various farmer organizations without any approved documentation, resulting in unauthorized and potentially wasteful expenditure, Mr. Speaker. I go straight to the recommendation by the committee of that finding, Mr. Speaker. And the committee gave the following recommendation on that finding, Mr. Speaker. The board of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority should initiate the process of dismissing. This time now, Mr. Speaker, is not initiating disciplinary action. This is a process, should initiate the process of dismissing the Mr. Joseph Keoko, Chief Executive Officer, Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority, for violating Section 162 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by failing to ensure that public resources were used lawfully, efficiently, and transparently, Mr. Speaker. The CEO committed an offense of financial misconduct under Section 197(1), subsection I of the Act by allowing the unauthorized use of county government vehicle registration number 17CG096A to transport mangoes for various farmer organizations without any approved documentation confirming its proper utilization, Mr. Speaker. Finding number 3, the farmer producer organizations, Mr. Speaker, contracted were tasked to supply 10 metric tons of mangoes each day to the authority, Mr. Speaker, for 5 days in a week, commencing the 8th of January this year, as per the contract agreement they signed, Mr. Speaker. However, Kika, Mulili Chale, and Makuo supplied mangoes exceeding the 10 metric tons on the dates 8th, 9th, and 10th January 2026, Mr. Speaker. Makueni Fruits, Nzakeka CDDC, and Kalamba FC. I presume, Mr. Speaker, that Kalamba FC is not Kalamba Football Club, but Kalamba Fruits Cooperative, Mr. Speaker. But it's recorded as Kalamba FC. Did not supply mangoes on the 8th and 10th of January 2026. And no explanation was provided for them failing to supply mangoes, Mr. Speaker. The then Chief Executive Officer admitted to the Joint Committee that he allowed the said farmer producer organizations to oversupply mangoes, Mr. Speaker, on the said dates, contrary to the contract framework and with no approval from the board of the authority, Mr. Speaker. We have a specific recommendation, Mr. Speaker, on the same, which states that within 30 days of the adoption of this report, Mr. Speaker, the CECM, or County Executive Committee member in charge of the Department of Finance should cause the board of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority and its management team to conduct a county-wide Mr. Speaker, I beg to give the specific, there is a mix-up, Mr. Speaker. That is not the specific recommendation by the joint committee. The specific recommendation states that the involved cooperatives should be blacklisted, and they, in their place, pre-qualify a farmer producer organization in every mango producing ward and limit its operations within the ward. The funds appropriated for purchase of mangoes should also be allocated based on the productivity of mangoes, Mr. Speaker, in every respective ward, Mr. Speaker. So for that reason, for the three cooperatives which acted in breach of contract, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommended that they should be blacklisted forthwith. Mr. Speaker, the other finding is that the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority had an approved budget amounting to Kenya shillings 13.9 million for the purchase of mangoes during the financial year 2025-2026, and an additional 6.4 million Kenya shillings was approved by the authority, thus totaling to an amount of 20.3 million Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. However, the allocation was not based on any projected production of the produce during the period under review, Mr. Speaker. In line with Section 2G of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority Amended Act of 2017, Mr. Speaker, the approved purchase price from the farmers was 19, while supply to the Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant was 23. Mr. Speaker, the recommendation by the committee states that within 30 days of the adoption of this report, Mr. Speaker, the County Executive Committee member in charge of the Department of Finance should cause the Board of Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority and its management team to conduct a county-wide mango production baseline survey and develop a procurement forecasting framework to ensure that beginning financial year 2026-2027, all procurement budgets are based on approved production projections before inclusion in the annual procurement plan, Mr. Speaker. The other finding, Mr. Speaker, is the Department of Agriculture did not have verified and updated the data on the projected mango production by farmers in the county during the period under review. Contrary to Section 24(1) of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority Act 2017, which provides that there shall be fruit collection centers in every ward, managed by agents appointed by the Department of Agriculture in consultation with the authority. There was no established fruit collection centers in every ward. However, the department operationalized 3 pack houses, namely Kalawani in Tulimani Ward, Kalongo in Kelongo Ward, and Kavodo in Bitini Ward. This was done during the mango purchase period, Mr. Speaker. The failure to establish the collection centers and the operational procedures resulted in the skewed purchase of mangoes from farmers by the contracted farmer producer organizations, Mr. Speaker. On that aspect, Mr. Speaker, The committee gave the following recommendation, Mr. Speaker, that the County Executive Committee member for Finance should within 90 days of the adoption of this report, Mr. Speaker, revise the procurement guidelines and establish a farmer registration and accreditation system to operationalize direct farmer delivery mechanisms, and beginning the next harvesting season, allocate at least 30% of the total procurement volume to direct farmer deliveries. Mr. Speaker, the other finding is that there was a failure by the Department of Agriculture to plan, coordinate, and oversee the purchase of mangoes, as the committee was of the opinion that there was a coordinated effort by certain lead mango farmers and mango actors to influence the pricing and purchase of mangoes, resulting in conflicts among farmers, suppliers, and exporters, Mr. Speaker. The department, however, organized a business-to-business meeting on the 21st of November 2025 between the farmer producer organizations and the exporter agents, and where the terms of engagement and prices were set. However, Mr. Speaker, it's worth noting that a subsequent meeting convened through the Director, Agriculture, in the Department of Agriculture, Makueni County, Mr. Speaker, that was held on the 1st of December 2025, and where the director was represented by the Ward Agricultural Officer, Emali Mulala Ward, and the Sub-Ward Administrator, Mulala Sub-Ward. The meeting resolved, the Emali meeting, Mr. Speaker, resolved to fix other terms, other than the terms that were set on the meeting that had happened earlier, Mr. Speaker, and prices, contrasting the previous meeting resolution, Mr. Speaker. This caused some exporters to withdraw from the Makueni County mango market, Mr. Speaker. The committee has a recommendation on the same, Mr. Speaker, which states, Mr. Speaker, on the previous finding, there was an oversight on part of the recommendation, Mr. Speaker, which states within 90 days of the adoption of this report, Mr. Speaker, the executive committee member in charge of the Department of Agriculture should survey and operationalize fruit collection centers in all strategic areas or wards, assign trained and formally appointed agents, and develop and gazette standard operating procedures covering traceability, documentation, and quality grading, Mr. Speaker. On the same recommendation, Mr. Speaker, on the part of the failure by the department, Mr. Speaker, to coordinate and oversee, we have the following recommendation, Mr. Speaker, that the county executive committee member for agriculture should institute a formal investigation into the matter to establish the extent of the involvement of the Director Agriculture or negligence in the planning, coordination, and oversight of the mango purchase process, and take appropriate administrative or disciplinary action based on the findings of the investigations, Mr. Speaker.
You are reading recommendations in bits. You did not finish reading that recommendation.
I am on finding number 8, Mr. Speaker.
The recommendation you've just read, you read it. You finished? Very well, yes. Proceed.
Yes, I've finished. I've finished. I'm on finding number 8, which is in page 28 of the report, Mr. Speaker. The finding by the committee that some of the ward agricultural officers, Mr. Speaker, approved and verified farmers' list to supply mangoes to the Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant, contrary to paragraph 6 of the contract agreement, which provided that all deliveries to be accompanied by duly filled and signed farmers' list witnessed by the ward agricultural officer at the ward of origin. For instance, Mr. Speaker, this was noted for the Nzaui, Kilele, Kalamba ward agricultural officer, Mr. Speaker, who was found culpable of approving lists of farmers from Wotenzio ward, Mr. Speaker. Further, it was noted that this particular officer, that the agricultural officer from Nzaui, Kilele, Kalamba ward, was on leave, but resumed duties unprocedurally, Mr. Speaker. And procedurally meaning without being formally recalled back to office, and went ahead to approve the farmers' list, Mr. Speaker. A recommendation on that finding, Mr. Speaker, is that the County Executive Committee member for Agriculture should institute formal disciplinary proceedings against the implicated ward agricultural officers of Emali, Molala, Okea, and Nzaui, Kilele, Kalamba wards, Mr. Speaker, and relevant officers to establish their culpability in approving unverified and unauthentic farmer lists, endorsing duplicated and altered records, and acting outside established procedures, Mr. Speaker. The investigation should also determine the circumstances under which the officer resumed duty without formal recall and approved documentation while on leave, Mr. Speaker. Appropriate administrative or disciplinary action should be taken in accordance with the applicable laws, regulations, and terms of service, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on finding number 9, in some instances, Mr. Speaker, some ward agricultural officers approved farmers' lists which were not authentic, and others with duplicated records, Mr. Speaker. A case was noted for the Okea, whereby 3 farmers, namely Judy Mwende, Caroline Ngena, and Maureen Titus, supplied 4 tons, 6 tons, and 3 tons, respectively, on the 8th and 9th of January 2026. The list for the 9th of January 2026, Mr. Speaker, was deliberately altered, and the farmers were recorded as having supplied same quantity from Ukia and Wotenzio wards, respectively, and had mismatched signatures, Mr. Speaker, and phone numbers. Further, the Weybridge report at the plant, Mr. Speaker, recorded on the 8th and 10th of January 2026, Mr. Speaker, remained the same. Despite the mismatch, the Weybridge report remained the same, Mr. Speaker. I think on that particular finding, we have a common recommendation, which is captured on recommendation number 8, Mr. Speaker. The recommendation which covers the finding number 9 is number 8, Mr. Speaker. Finding number 10, which is the last, Mr. Speaker, is that the committee was of the opinion that there had been interference and micromanagement by the Department of Agriculture in day-to-day management and administration of the authority, as well as lack of financial autonomy due to control by the Department of Finance, Mr. Speaker. We have a recommendation over the same, Mr. Speaker. Which states that the appointing authority should take appropriate measures to safeguard the operational and financial autonomy of the authority by clearly delineating the roles of the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Finance, and by issuing directives prohibiting undue interference in the day-to-day management and administration of the authority in accordance with the governing law within 60 days after the adoption of this report, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are further recommendations based on the overall interrogation and cross-examination of witnesses, Mr. Speaker, and there was a recommendation that the executive committee member in charge of the Department of Agriculture should, within 90 days, develop a county mango farmers database with the geotagged farms, mandate quarterly production forecasts from ward agricultural officers starting next quarter, and within 60 days, train all officers on data verification and digital reporting tools, Mr. Speaker. The management of Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority, Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with the Executive Committee member for Agriculture, should develop and implement a county mango market diversification and offtake plan to identify additional buyers, expand value addition opportunities, and ensure that surplus mangoes are efficiently absorbed during peak production periods, Mr. Speaker. This plan should be completed within 90 days of the adoption of this report, Mr. Speaker. The last but not the least recommendation, Mr. Speaker, by the Joint Committee is that the governor should consider initiating the reorganization of the directorates in the Department of Agriculture to ensure efficiency and effectiveness, Mr. Speaker. By that end, Mr. Speaker, that is the report of the Joint Committee on County Public Investments and County Public Accounts Committee on the inquiry into the mango outcry, Mr. Speaker. I thank you. I now wish to ask the Honorable Member for Mavindini to second this report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member for Mavinini Ward.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I sat in this committee as the chair public accounts, and I want to second this report.
Just your microphone, Honorable Gumoko.
It's on.
And the volume on your gadget.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, thank you.
And the volume.
It's okay now. Honorable Speaker, I said I want to second this report. And in my second thing, I want to say that the data available says that last year, the mango production in our county was at 181,931 metric tons. And the amount of money that we had appropriated for buying of mangoes this year was 13.9 million. And that could only make payment of mangoes to around 860 metric tons. Honorable Speaker, mathematically, that is less than 1%. So we have a whopping 99% of our produce out there to look for market. So as I approach this matter, I approach it on the perspective of 1% against the 99%. Honorable Speaker, the 1% is what brought a lot of outcry because of the inconsistencies and the manner in which mangoes were delivered at Kalamba. Honorable Speaker, it goes without saying that as we address the 1%, we need to also look for ways of addressing the 99%. This 99% is the produce that can be picked by local marketers, people who are taking these mangoes to Nairobi and other towns. Also processors like VAT, Iviani, and others. We also have exporters, people who take our produce to Middle East and other areas. So all this, there is need to enhance the marketing aspect in our mandate for Makueni Fruit Development and Marketing Authority. No wonder even the name suggests that this authority should not only do development of mangoes, but also the marketing and also other fruits. So, Honorable Speaker, there is need, as we discuss this, to agree that this budget was a little bit not sufficient, and we need to look at this. When we went for public participations at the sub-ward level last week, my two sub-wards agreed that there is need to put some money at the ward level to buy our mangoes. So if that consensus will still remain tomorrow as we do the ward public participation, my ward may put some little coins to buy mangoes from the farmers within the ward in the coming season. Honorable Speaker, it has been alluded that the mangoes that were delivered at the plant had issues ranging from the verification of the origin. Some farmers could not be traced. The numbers given in the farmers list, once we called, we could not identify those farmers. And others, we could not trace them physically. So, Honorable Speaker, this is something that meant us to be a little bit hard to get us to a place where it was a little bit hard for us to ascertain the exact origin of the mangoes. I know there was a lot of debate about the validity of these deliveries. But, Honorable Speaker, it was hard for us to ascertain. Honorable Speaker, about Kalamba, we clearly saw a decision being made by one person, overturning a decision that was meant collectively. The issue of delivering 10 tons per day for the engines, or let's call them cooperatives, was overturned by an individual, allowing bigger consignments than had been agreed. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm imploring upon our staff in the county to be careful about personal decisions. When you make a personal decision in place of a collective decision, you must also be ready to take a personal responsibility. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, mangoes or mango farming is our source of livelihood to most of our people in our county. Just the same way, we have other produce in other places getting government subsidies, like coffee farmers, tea farmers, and all that, even Miraa. I tend to think it's the same way that our farmers should get subsidies and government support. So this is a matter that we need to discuss. We need to pick it up with our leaders at the national stage, members of parliament, and the senator, to push that at the national level, our farmers are recognized and treated just the same way other farmers of other produce are treated in other parts of the country. Our Speaker, allow that I stop there. And again, I reiterate that I support and second the report. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question for debate that this assembly of the report of the Joint County Public Investments Committee and County Public Accounts Committee, the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority, the financial year 2025-2026, the report which was laid on the table of the Assembly on 16th of February 2026. The floor is open for debate. Member for Mulale Malwood.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Truly, Honorable Speaker, there was serious outcry from the mango farmers. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this report by the Joint Committee. Let me say that one of key causes of the outcry was the flawed procurement by the authority. Honorable Speaker, one, Makueni has 30 wards. How it happened in the bidding, only 7 wards, 7 cooperatives representing 7 wards won the bid, unlike the proposal that at least each ward should have a cooperative that should purchase or represent the farmer from the ward level. Honorable Speaker, that was the beginning of the cry of members. Honorable Speaker, there was zoning structured to benefit certain persons. Actually, the zoning had specifications where a cooperative should purchase mango from certain wards. Despite that direction, Honorable Speaker, where we have claims, especially where we have these 3 cooperatives, that is Kika, Mulili, and Mawo, Honorable Speaker, cooperatives. It was well defined. Each cooperative should have supplied a maximum of 10,000 kilograms per day. But in the first 2 days, that is on 8th and 9th, a cooperative like Kika supplied over 73,000 kgs, that is the 73 tons. Mawo supplies way much ahead by 50 tons, Honorable Speaker, within the said period, Honorable Speaker. That tells you where the flawed procurement brought these results, and hence, there was documentation, in the documentation, Honorable Speaker, there was forgery, which was coordinated right from the ward agricultural officer, the the finance department in the authority. And it happened that some document was just signed with the same name, different phone numbers, and different signatures. That tells you some money went to persons even without supplying, Honorable Speaker. And that's why some farmers had to cry because some resources was misappropriated, Honorable Speaker. And that brought out the element of flawed procurement against the PFM provision. And that's why the recommendation is that to have the CEO sacked, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this again brings in the element of mismanagement of the authority, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, when we talk about autonomy, if some resources have been budgeted in a specific financial year, Honorable Speaker, we expect the same resource, whether we will have additional resources from the Assembly's Appropriation Bill Act, to revolve, Honorable Speaker, to enable the process the continuity of the process, Honorable Speaker. And that's why you realize the factory cannot sustain itself. It has to rely on counter allocations, Honorable Speaker. And this autonomy, Honorable Speaker, tells you why the plant is not able to produce enough juice that can be found in our shops. You realize that it is an authority, it is independent, but it doesn't enjoy that independence. You will realize that you cannot locate a single shop that sells the Kalamba juice. Yet we complain we have no market. Even the market within Makueni County alone, the shops within Makueni County can absorb a big percentage of the juice. But where do you find it? No, Honorable Speaker. These are managerial issues. Tells you why we require a better CEO, a better marketing personnel in the department to ensure that what is processed, what is produced, whether in terms of puree, in terms of juice, is sold. And we have a running capital for the same factor, Honorable Speaker. That, Honorable Speaker, there was cartelling. There was this group from, led by the one Masai, that brought itself, purported to be the mango representatives. They hiked the prices of mango, chasing away other partners, other brokers, those who could have gone to our farms, purchased, who acted as the middlemen. There are some well-established farms which buy mango from locally and sells them even internationally. Honorable Speaker, because we enjoy the benefit of the AI, if you Google, you will realize a mango in Mindu East goes for 450 shillings. That is the places where we should look for good market for our people. But these people chase away those brokerages, those middlemen who could go ahead to our farms, purchase the mango, market them locally and internationally. That's bringing in this heavy baggage for the Kalamba plant, Honorable Speaker. So those cartels has to be done away with, and the department bring up a structured way on how to protect the interests of our farmers, Honorable Speaker. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we require serious funding if only Kalamba fruit processing plant has to survive. We require serious funding to ensure that we are able to produce mango powder, which is easily transported to other foreign countries, Honorable Speaker. We must ensure that there is proper funding so that from our people, Honorable Speaker, so that at least we can manage the yields from our farms. Because you realize that we lack that resource. So as an assembly, as a government, we have a duty to ensure that there are additional allocations, whether this financial year, whether phased, to make that plant sustainable. Finally, our cooperatives, our ward circles must be empowered, because those are centers of production and centers of trade, Honorable Speaker. We must use those cooperatives to look for markets, extra markets, other than the Kalamba market, Honorable Speaker. We must finance them we must ensure that our cooperative and the SACCOs are empowered, even with knowledge, Honorable Speaker. Those are the ways how we can help our farmers in production, not only on mangoes, but other crops like citrus. Finally, Honorable Speaker, finally, the intergovernmental cooperation. County government and national government must cooperate to ensure that our farmers are protected. My colleague has just mentioned about the coffee farming, pyrethrum farming, and that brings in the element of our national legislators. We have the national legislators who have left every other business to the county government. They have a duty to bargain for more resources for crops at national level, Honorable Speaker, and that must be captured as such, because it is a responsibility of every leader to ensure that we look for market for our produces, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Petitions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would like to support the motion and also appreciate the committee for working in a very short period to come up with a report that is so comprehensive. Honorable Speaker, the committee yesterday worked up to midnight. Honorable Speaker, that shows the commitment in the members in that two committees. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to inform this House, when we are doing interrogation, we found that the plant was officially opened on 6th by the Deputy Governor. Honorable Speaker, when I was in campus, that is back 2010 and 2011, I used to sell mangoes and green maize during long holidays, Honorable Speaker. And I know the period that is taken for someone to fill a truck of mangoes. Honorable Speaker, the CEO indicated that on 8th, at around 8 a.m., there were 18 trucks carrying mangoes, Honorable Speaker. Then that left us asking, where did they get these mangoes from? In less than 24 hours, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the suppliers who indicated that they were to supply mangoes from Makindu, and they confirmed that those mangoes were from Makindu. That left the committee wondering, how did they manage to bring about 25 point something tons in less than 24 hours, Honorable Speaker? And the second day, they brought the same quantities in the plant, Honorable Speaker. And there was an agreement, Honorable Speaker, that they should be supplying 10 metric tons per day and 50 metric tons per week. Honorable Speaker, in the first 3 days, the three companies had supplied more than 70 point something metric tons in 3 days, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that left us not only to ascertain the allegation that some mangoes might be brought away from this count, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we are doing interrogation, one of the company representative who had already signed the agreement indicated that she was not buying mangoes from farmers, but she acted as a linkage to the farmer and the plant, and the Kalamba processing plant. Honorable Speaker, we raised some issues from that statement, because, Honorable Speaker, there was amount to be paid to the supplier and to the farmer. The supplier was to get around 23, others 24, and the farmer was to get 19 shillings per kg. So, Honorable Speaker, if you are just being a linkage between the farmer and the plant, why do you have to earn the extra 4 shillings? Where do you take them to? You should bring that money back to the county government also. Honorable Speaker, it was so shocking to find that the vehicle being used to transport mangoes was a government vehicle. And, Honorable Speaker, farmers were requested to fuel that vehicle. Honorable Speaker, if my mind serves me well and my memory, we have a finance bill that dictates, or now government vehicles should be used and hired, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that vehicle was being fueled by farmers. We can't get actual fuel in terms of money that our farmers paid, Honorable Speaker. That leads to our farmers being exploited, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also, when we were doing interrogation, there was that perception by the so-called suppliers that this thing is political. But Honorable Speaker, at the end, they agree that the Assembly has a work to do oversight. But Honorable Speaker, my worry was, when they appeared before the committee, they were not even aware of the contract they signed. It is like someone brought them. It was like a briefcase, contractors, Honorable Speaker, because they were not even aware the clauses they signed. And that contract was signed 2 years back for those companies to supply for two years. Honorable Speaker, that is why one of the recommendations was to ban the companies from exploiting our farmers in future. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Mukawod.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I begin by supporting the report that is before this Assembly. However, Honorable Speaker, listening carefully to the members who have contributed before me, who are members of the Joint Committee, Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by probably letting the seconder of the motion, who is a co-chair of this, that it is not the 1% that was supplied to Kalamba, or was supposed to be supplied to Kalamba, that was the major cause of the outcry with Makueni mango farmers. It is the 99% that is remaining outside here. Because, Honorable Speaker, if mangoes are rotting in my farm and they have not been supplied, then I'm the one who is supposed to be complaining. It is not the 1% who has taken their mangoes to the factory, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it is right for us to get into that. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, listening at the members of the committee and looking at this report, it actually vindicates someone. And the major question on the public outcry on the issue of mangoes has still not been answered, Honorable Speaker. And the major question was, were the mangoes that were delivered to Kalamba on the first 2 days bought from farmers in Makueni? That question has not been answered, Honorable Speaker. Why were they bought? Because the members are saying, members of that committee, that we found, but it's not indicated in this report, Honorable Speaker. Because from where I sit, Honorable Speaker, I have seen part of the report that some of the mangoes were bought from Muka. As a representative of the people of Muka and a member of this assembly, I expected this report, Honorable Speaker, and I'm just pointing out at issues that could have addressed. Of course, I thank the committee for the sacrifice that they made within the short period of time. However, Honorable Speaker, further, I expected them to table a report indicating that in Muka, 50 farmers supplied mangoes. And these are their contacts, these are their names through this circle, Honorable Speaker. But we are relying on that. They said we bought mangoes from Muka, which has been indicated here, and that circle has indicated 7 other wards, Honorable Speaker. Probably we can confirm that there were no mangoes that were purchased from Muka. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we still have a duty, like the member for Petitions said, as an assembly, to interrogate this matter further. Because I want to believe, and the reason why I'm supporting is because at least the committee has asked someone to take responsibility. But it's my firm belief that there are more people who should have taken responsibility of their actions, Honorable Speaker. When we go of the issue of a county government vehicle supplying, Honorable Speaker, then there should have been a regulator of the fuel, Honorable Speaker. That person should have taken accountability. That person should have taken accountability. If it is the driver of that vehicle, Honorable Speaker, they have work permits, Honorable Speaker. The CEO cannot drive a lorry. He authorized, but he cannot.
Because a driver, and Honorable Speaker, some times ago, when I was a majority whip of this assembly, I used to have a driver. That driver would not leave the assembly without a signed ticket, Honorable Speaker. Because that driver should have been a ticket that has been signed. If it was signed and authorized to, we should have been told that in the attachments, Honorable Speaker. Finally, Honorable Speaker, it was my expectation this report, apart from the issue at hand of the public outcry, should have outlined the future of the Makueni fruit processing plant, Honorable Speaker. I have heard the second of the motion repeatedly say that we need to ensure there is financial autonomy, Honorable Speaker. But the people of Makueni are asking, for how long are we going to fund the factory, Honorable Speaker? For how long are taxpayers going to pay for the purchase of mangoes while the factory itself cannot generate income? Not really business, but cannot be able to sustain itself. Let me use that language, Honorable Speaker. Because every year, we will demand for financial autonomy. But every year, we are asking the government to continue injecting funds, Honorable Speaker. It means there must be some justification why we are adding funds to the factory. And that justification comes with interference, Honorable Speaker. Doesn't come with autonomy. Because we are supposed to be at a level of optimacy, Honorable Speaker, whereby the factory can be able to sustain itself and its operations, Honorable Speaker. That's where we are supposed to be. And therefore, the future of, and I use this word, the Kalamba fruit processing plant, here we are calling it the what?
Makueni fruit development.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. That we must paint a good picture of that factory, Honorable Speaker. The major reason from, and this is a personal observation, why the 99% is the cause of public outcry is because, number one, we projected to Makueni farmers that this factory can be able to absorb all markets within. And therefore, someone who did not get a market linkage expected his or her mangoes could have been absorbed at Kalamba. And therefore, that information must be managed carefully by us giving a good picture of the future of this factory. Finally, because you have pressed that, Honorable Speaker, it is the issue that has been mentioned of the intervention of the national government or probably the Horticulture Department or the Intergovernmental Authority, Honorable Speaker, on this. That should have been captured, Honorable Speaker, in part of this report, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the reason why I'm supporting this is because the report has at least asked someone to take responsibility, and this should be a lesson to even other people who are given the authority to manage public resources, and therefore I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Elizabeth Mutindi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Protect me from the Honorable Member from Mtitwandei. I wish to support the motion. Part of what I wanted to say has been clearly outlined. Honorable Speaker, the expectation of the public is what is causing the outcry because it's too high. Honorable Speaker, 99% of our mangoes is supposed to be handled by the off-takers to different markets, but this did not happen. And the one thing that we were following up is why it did not happen. But we got to a place where we noted that there were some powerful people who even went as far as harassing some exporters. These people cannot be traced. That is why there is a clear recommendation on protecting the farmer from this, to make structures that you can trace back all the way back to the farmer, Honorable Speaker. These people, they made some of our exporters to leave. And that is why some of the mangoes
remained in our farms, Honorable Speaker. And we have not left it at that. We expect the department to go further and bring the report. The ECM has not been let loose, and she should prepare a report that brings out who exactly was doing this to the agents and the off-takers. Honorable Speaker, regarding the 1% that came to the factory, we are still not certain where the first 2 days, where those mangoes came from, according to some of the members. There are gray areas surrounding the farmers' lists, Honorable Speaker. Some cases where we made calls, you find that that farmer did not supply, or that farmer does not come from the ward indicated in the farmers' list, or that farmer is not known, or they don't even have a mango farm or something like that. So we believe that some of the data was cooked to back this produce of the first 2 days. And somebody must be responsible for that, Honorable Speaker. Some of these suppliers, they were granted due advantage and treated in a more special way. Like the kicker, for example, who did not actually go, they did not waste their time going to our farmers to buy. They came here and admitted that they subcontracted and were getting something for that. So they were actually just paying for the stamp. They were getting some money for the stamp. We don't know how much they were getting. We don't know the people they subcontracted, if they actually bought at the price as set by the authority. So, Honorable Speaker, some of these people, we do not want to see them anywhere near our farmers again, Honorable Speaker. And we shall continue to press the department to ensure that they corner the people who are giving these people so much power to do that. Honorable Speaker, we also realized that some of the agricultural officers did not have updated data on the farmers from their wards, and that also brought a problem because you're not able to tell whether this person, there's nothing to counter-check, whether this farmer is actually from your place and they have supplied. So, Honorable Speaker, we expect these people to up their game, the agricultural officers. They were sounding a bit casual with this, and they didn't seem to understand the seriousness of this matter. So, Honorable Speaker, we want to put on notice the agricultural officers from the different wards that they are employed to be paid by taxes paid by the people of Makueni, and we expect them to be serious with their jobs and not be pressurized by external forces and go outside the contract as they were employed to do. Honorable Speaker, lastly, we also noted that on the busiest week of mango buying, some of the key employees of the authority were on off. We don't understand why they took off the first 2-3 days when mango farmers were being bought. There is something sinister, according to the committee, that was happening there. So, Honorable Speaker, we are saying we want autonomy of the authority, but we also need people who cannot be bowed by pressure from outside, political or otherwise, so that they breach contracts and disadvantage the people of Makueni. So, Honorable Speaker, I support and urge members to support and keep on pressing and overseeing the Department of Agriculture to make sure that they are on toes with the jobs that the Makueni people gave them. And, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg this House to let committees do their job, Honorable Speaker. Committees in this House are not doing their oversight role as mandated by the standing orders, Honorable Speaker, and that is one of the things that is letting us down. We should have gotten this information long time ago, but not rushing to do blanket oversight activities that don't help us. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jonathan Monique. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion. However, Mr. Speaker, and before that, I also, Mr. Speaker, would like to thank the Almighty God for giving the people of Makueni good soil where we can grow a lot of mango. Mr. Speaker, it has been witnessed that Makueni can produce even more than what has failed to reach the market, Mr. Speaker. And we should thank God because of that, Mr. Speaker. And we curse ourselves for not thinking properly to make sure that we use the resources provided by the Almighty God properly. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this because even from the budgeting process, Mr. Speaker, assuming that Kalamba was to buy all the mangoes from Makueni, Mr. Speaker, and we allocated 13.9 million, Mr. Speaker, assuming Kalamba was the one who was to purchase all the mangoes, Mr. Speaker, what could they have done? Mr. Speaker, you'll find that there was even additional money, 6.9 million, borrowed from Kalamba to help purchase the rotting mangoes when there was an outcry, Mr. Speaker. This is the reason why I'm saying we should curse ourselves, because we are failing to think properly, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, even you raised some issues, Mr. Speaker. Now, as not a speaker, but a farmer in Makueni County, Mr. Speaker, you raised some issues, and I'm sure your issues have not been answered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the process of preparing for purchase of mangoes, Mr. Speaker, one will be surprised, Mr. Speaker. Somebody who understands the provisions of law, like the Public Procurement Act, Mr. Speaker, you find that, like in this event, Mr. Speaker, you cannot trace any cabinet paper prepared to outline how the county is going to purchase mangoes, even if it's the 13.9 million, Mr. Speaker. We cannot trace, and we tried to look for it, Mr. Speaker, and we could not get proper information on how the government of Makueni went ahead to use 13.9 million shillings and some other 6.9 million to purchase mangoes without proper explained way of purchasing, Mr. Speaker, by way of a cabinet bill. That is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't there. Again, Mr. Speaker, out of the communication that we had with a lot of people from within the county and outside the county, Mr. Speaker, you will find that the department is clearly stating that 99% of the mango produce from Makueni cannot be accommodated by Kalamba, Mr. Speaker. Kalamba can only accommodate around 1%. And we know that. We have all that information, Mr. Speaker. And we have information on the trades of... allow me to interrupt you. Because Mr. Speaker, I'm contributing to the motion.
Just a minute. As you contribute, because you've said we know, and there's information in public domain, but we should also be very careful how we apply it. Where is this 1% documented? To demonstrate,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To demonstrate, just allow me, demonstrate that only 1% was to be absorbed by Makueni Food Development Authority. 99 is not meant for Makueni. What informed that figure, and where are the facts, statistics, and research?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We got that information from the department. They have data on that. It is documented. Well. They have the document, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'm saying.
I think we have mentioned somewhere in our report that
you have answered me that the department accused of not managing the mangoes. You are now relying on the figures, but not relying on their forms to confirm that it is 1%, and you take it as a gospel truth. Because when I've looked at this document, I'm just questioning because you are my member, so that you assume the figures are correct, because they are not backed by any data to demonstrate how many mango trees per ward and all that. So that then you don't champion statistics that you do not own. You have to say according to.
Mr. According to, not according to the assembly, according to the department.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not raising this issue. Mr. Speaker, it is there. And we discussed as a committee, we have those information. Every member here of the committee that was interrogated knows that. Even the chairman of agriculture knows that. According to the information that we received, the chairman knows.
Thank you. According to the information you received?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not supporting and debating on this issue out of nowhere, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, if we assume the plan was to purchase all the mangoes, the 99%, Mr. Speaker, could it have managed? It could not have managed to do that, Mr. Speaker, simply because there was no provision for that money. We had only 13.9 million for the business of mango in Makueni County, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why I'm saying we should curse ourselves for not using the resources that God has provided for us. So, Mr. Speaker, we need, Mr. Speaker, that is my personal opinion, Mr. Speaker. We need to look for ways and means, Mr. Speaker. The name of this, the plan, Mr. Speaker, and the authority is Makueni County Fruit Processing and Marketing Authority. The way we have Kenya Tea Development Authority, which does all these things of the development of coffee and marketing, Mr. Speaker. But here, we have the authority, which is tied to the department, Mr. Speaker. It is not autonomous. Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that, out of my own opinion, Mr. Speaker, if we can properly guide this authority, the government, if it guides this authority through policies and arrangements, Mr. Speaker, the plant can purchase all the mangoes from Makueni. Purchase all the mangoes, use the mangoes they need for puree, Mr. Speaker, and engage agents who can export the mangoes for the county so that the farmers can get money out of this. We lose a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. It's like this season, Mr. Speaker, it's like we have lost over around 200 million Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker, out of losses from rotting mangoes, Mr. Speaker. The other point to note, Mr. Speaker, even now, we have mangoes in our farms. And the cooperatives who are accredited, we are given the mandate to purchase mangoes, have ceased purchasing. Mr. Speaker, note that. We have mangoes in the farms. If you drive along Kadonzweni Road, along Kilala Road, going to Machakos, Mr. Speaker, within Makueni County, you'll find women and the children selling mangoes along the way. Meaning, we still have mangoes in the farms. And the co-ops who are given the mandate to purchase have ceased purchasing. We are still losing. We can account for the loss, but we are still losing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to find ways on how we can export mangoes, Mr. Speaker. There were stories that mangoes from Makueni cannot be exported, and we overproduce a lot of mangoes in Kenya that we cannot buy because Egypt is selling, while Kenya it sells first, then we sell, Mr. Speaker. But the season came closer, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, there were avenues for marketing through export of our mangoes, Mr. Speaker, which were blocked by the people Honorable Kimbongo mentioned and member from Bitini mentioned, led by one Mr. Masai. This is a cartel. And Mr. Speaker, if NGOs could do this investigation, Mr. Speaker, they could find some of the cartels inside this house. If the investigation were to be done by NGOs, Mr. Speaker, with the authority of God, Mr. Speaker, you would find them inside here, Mr. Speaker, pointing to some of us, saying you belong to that cartel. So, Mr. Speaker, this is very serious, Mr. Speaker, and we need to check ourselves, Mr. Speaker. We took oath to work for the people of Makueni, but we are letting ourselves down, Mr. Speaker. And when we let ourselves down, then we start complaining. The other issue is the issue that has been raised by Honorable Mutindi, Mr. Speaker, of committees, Mr. Speaker. And I have severally complained about the liaison committee, Mr. Speaker, because it's a committee which is mandated to budget for the other committees, Mr. Speaker, and it's a committee of the chairs, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this committee tends to go to the opposite direction, Mr. Speaker. And they'll be caught by the angels, Mr. Speaker, who will do further investigation somewhere else. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the national government, Mr. Speaker,
well,
Mr. Speaker, if you go through all the words back when, Mr. Speaker, we
then
championed.
You conclude.
Yeah, we championed. Yes, I'm concluding, Mr. Speaker. We championed the growing of the ward farmers circle, Mr. Speaker, which are there. They are there, Mr. Speaker, and we have allocated monies. Like in Mavindini ward, we have allocated 1 million, which is conditional. It is 1-1 by. That's all. I saw it in the budget proposals, Mr. Speaker. It is there. And, Mr. Speaker, it is like the national government has stopped there. We cannot see what it's doing to promote these farmer circles, Mr. Speaker. We need to see the member for parliament for Makueni, the member for parliament for Kibwezi East, Kibwezi West, Mr. Speaker, talking about this, Mr. Speaker, in the National Assembly. Even our senator is supposed to be seen saying something about mango production in Makueni County, because this is the only way our farmers get money, Mr. Speaker. Like we had Android, Mr. Speaker, where there's no dengue, there's no ndoko, Mr. Speaker, I quote, there's no maize. Mr. Speaker, the people are waiting for this mango business so that they can join the cooperative circles that were formed in the world, Mr. Speaker. They cannot do so right now, Mr. Speaker. And the reason? Because we are failing ourselves. We are failing ourselves, Mr. Speaker. And because with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude my submission and, Mr. Speaker, say this. Whenever we do something, Mr. Speaker, there is somebody else who is examining somewhere. And outside this world, Mr. Speaker, and we should also take note that there is reckoning somewhere else, not here. Mr. Speaker, this business of mango will be made somewhere else. We cannot accept that because we are not doing the right thing, and we took oath. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the committee for the effort that they did, Mr. Speaker. It was a short time, Mr. Speaker, but the committee managed at least to come up with a report and gather a lot of information that can help this house in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Tito and Ward, Honorable Francis Mwania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, as I rise to support this motion, I'm also saddened by how the mango, this season, the mango harvesting and selling this season, how it has been managed. I want to draw the attention of honorable member that the mango market sentiment, that we almost lose 25%. That is almost 45,000 metric tons, over 45 plus metric tons. And that is a very big loss. And there's some honorable member who has said we are not actually very active on this, on the issue of mangoes. Because when I looked at it, almost a quarter of what we produce is lost. We seem not to value the mango value chain. And again, I've tried to look at as a cartel, which members are calling that, who are calling themselves the mango agents and the mango suppliers association. I've looked at the minutes which they sat down. That was on 2nd December 2025, and their task list of attendance is for 1st December 2025, unless there is a confusion there. Or they did it intentionally, knowing what they will achieve later. I've looked at those. I think members saw that. However, look at the attendance list. It's for 1st December 2025, and the minutes are for 2nd December 2025. And everybody is aware. We went to the factory. Personally, I was there. And I was told there was a cartel which chased the exporters. And I've looked at the report. I have not seen any recommendation on how to deal with that cartel. Specifically dealing with that cartel. Because everybody in Makueni knows there were efforts by that cartel not to allow exporters to come and buy mangoes. And definitely, I've looked at the export market, it's almost 2%. We could have raised that number to around 10 or 15. We could not have got the 25% post-harvest loss, which is serious. I've come from around Kaumoni today. Mangoes are rotting all over, even all over. Even when you go to it, they are all over rotting. But we need to rethink, honorable members, as we proceed. I want to understand how could the ward administrator in Emali and the ward officer in Emali sit and chair at such a powerful sitting which meant a decision for the entire Makueni County? There must be a loophole. There must be some cartels working behind that. And I thought that meeting could have been chaired by the CC or the CEO and or the director of agriculture in charge of crop production. And we need to understand who delegated that authority for those not officers to chair and to sit on behalf of the Makueni County government. Maybe the Herald or they no authority to make that decision. I need to get that recommendation that those members or the boards of those members should take responsibility for the losses we have incurred in this season. So, Honorable Speaker, as I support the report, action has to be taken and has to be taken immediately. We have realized over the years, people have been joking with some of the hard-earned income from our farmers. To grow a mango to the extent it can bear fruit, it takes almost a generation. It's not a one thing you can grow in 6 months and you can harvest. It takes years. So members, we need to protect our farmers. However, Honorable Musa wanted to look upon us, people from Kibwezi East, and especially those who come from where I usually reside in Twandei, that we deal with Boabab. Yes, we also brought a motion in this assembly that the Boabab trees must be protected, must be promoted. So as you think of the mango, Honorable Musa, the chair, think any other crop which is available in Makueni has to be protected and has to be promoted to raise income for the people of Makueni. Thank you.
Member for Thango Ward.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the report. But Honorable Speaker, I think we have dwelled so much on the 1%, 99%. But Honorable Speaker, do we have data confirming that the factory can only offtake 1%? Honorable Speaker, we need the Waziri to. A minute, Honorable Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Katumo.
Let me finish as we inform. Honorable Speaker, we need to get data. We need to get data now, right? I was in that committee, the joint committee. Honorable Speaker, we need to get data showing us data from the department. The much the factory can offtake. Honorable Speaker, number two, Honorable Speaker, the 99%, which we are claiming, if we go by what we are saying, that the factory can only take 1%. The 99%, Honorable Speaker, the department, Honorable Speaker, it is also the responsibility of the department, Honorable Speaker, to look for market for the 99%. Honorable Speaker, we cannot be talking of cartels. We cannot be having cartels from outside to manage what is inside. The cartel must be coming from inside, so that mixing with collaborating with the outsider, they become stronger, whereby they can chase away exporters, Honorable Speaker. it means that this cartel, Honorable Deputy Speaker and Honorable Maniki, they are saying it cannot be a cartel from outside. The cartel must be coming from inside. Because if you don't know the inside, then you cannot manage the inside. You must be having knowledge of how the inside looks like so that you can manage it. So Honorable Speaker, it is good to be factual. It is good to have plans on how to offtake these mangoes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as my colleagues have alluded, that it was called, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it was called Mango Farmers Community. That was the name of the guys who chased away some of the exporters. Because in those minutes, they had already given the prices of the export mangoes at 150. If you cannot do the 150, if you want to do below, then you could not access. You could not access the Makueni mangoes. And that's the reason we are facing all these challenges. So, Honorable Speaker, we need to get the data. Number two, Honorable Speaker, from where I see, I feel that the authority should be having a CEO, and then the plant itself, Honorable Speaker, have a MD, so that the CEO who is manning the authority can also be looking for business, for market, for our farmers, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I support, and I also want to appreciate the committee and our two chairs. Honorable Speaker, we had a very short time. I know members would have wished to have so many recommendations, but Honorable Speaker, we had limited time. So we need to, in a very special way, Honorable Speaker, appreciate this committee. Kudos, guys. Thank you.
Member for Mavendere, what is your point of information?
I was the first person to bring the narrative of 1% and 9%. And it's good that I put it clear where I got the fingers from, because it has been questioned by at least two members. Honorable Speaker had said last year's production, as per the records available, is that we realized a produce of 181,931 metric tons.
Where is that?
It is there in the records. Honorable Speaker, it is not that Kalamba can only offtake that 1%. But I said we had appropriated 13.9 million. And that 13.1 million could only buy 860 metric tons. You calculate mathematically and you get 1%. It is not that the 1% is constant for every other year, but it is derived from the amount of money that we appropriated against what I could buy with that money. Thank you.
So where is the total figure of the mangoes produced? Yes.
Last year's produce can give us a glimpse.
So last year is 181 metric tons?
Yes.
Yes. Is where we have one farm fresh consumption, 32, urban fresh, is that distribution?
Yes. Cumulatively, the produce that we got from the entire county.
So I think member for Thang is asking, how did you arrive at 181?
The figures are there. The data is there.
The documents in our possession, the point is, the figures according to how they have been presented. And according to how they were presented, and when you interrogated, you also found that they were forged.
Over and above
are you getting my point? So
no,
he's
no,
right. He's right. Order.
Member
for Dange.
Statistical data.
Just a minute.
The county statistical data. All these things are available in many other places.
Just a minute. Are you relying on county statistical data or information as presented to you?
No, I'm not. This is information that I knew even before the paperwork came. It's all over. I am a researcher. I am speaking from a point of knowledge.
Member for Dange.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I respect my chair so much. And the reason I was questioning this, Honorable Speaker, where did we get this data from? When was the research done? Because, Honorable Speaker, most of the documents which we are using and the reports which we were given, they were forged documents, Honorable Speaker. We cannot rely on those information we got from those guys, Honorable Speaker. And that's the reason, Honorable Speaker, some of the recommendations, the CEO should have gone. And that's the recommendation is here, the Kalamba CEO. That's the reason we have come to that point, Honorable Speaker. So my chair, please, I didn't see, I was here last year, Honorable Speaker. I didn't see any research done in my ward it's okay. Honorable Speaker, I was here. I was elected in 2022, Honorable Speaker. 2023, there was no research which was done. Let's say in my neighbor ward, which is, they are saying that we grow number, Honorable Speaker. There's no problem. But Honorable Speaker, I have been within. I have been around. I've been in Makindu. I've been Kibwezi. I've been in Masongaleni. I've never seen any research done by Department of Agriculture to know the much we produce, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the documents which we received when we were doing the derogation, most of them they were forged, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if those documents were coming... Honorable Speaker, I'm still on the floor, and we need to be... we need to be guided. My Deputy Speaker, you know, I'm a member of the Speaker's panel, and we have gone for trainings. So, Honorable Speaker, I know when to speak and when not to speak, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I was saying, for example, one of the guys from, and he's mentioned in the report, one of the wows in Zakika, he has signed several farmers list from Wotenziu, from Ukea, from Zakika itself, from Memali. Honorable Speaker, how do we trust such a report? So if my chair, my able chair, that's where he's coming from, Honorable Speaker, I don't want his information. My point was very straight. How did we come up with the 1%, Honorable Speaker?
No,
Thank you.
Honorable members, we don't have to dwell on that matter. Honorable Kimongo, I think according to you, there is data that you are using to make your submissions. Not these records. Now the motion, order, Honorable Kimongo. The basis of the motion before us is this report. Now, if you are debating outside this report, then that is your personal data. However, if a member disagrees with this information and is citing evidence of findings in the same report on information that was incorrect, so what's wrong? He's only saying that he cannot believe the information that there is because there is evidence of forged documents. Someone else will choose to believe all of it. It is up to their position to take it. You can't compel them to take your position, and they cannot compel you to take their position. I mean, you take your position, you proceed. Member for K-Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand to support the report. And I would like to start by noting an error in the report. But it is on a bullet 2.3.1 about Kika Farm, where it is wrongly captured that mangoes were bought from, it says, the SACCO purchased mangoes from Wotenziu, Nzawi Kilili, Kalamba, Muvaugi Kumini, Kasikeu, Mukaa, Kimakiu, Kalanzoni, Ilima, Ukia, Kee, Kilungu, Dange, Vingoni, Zambani, Kisau Kiteta, Kakowaya, Makindu, Kikumbulu South, Kikumbulu North, Ngumo, and Nguma Sumba wards. It should be very well and clearly noted that those are the wards where the SACCO was supposed, the cooperative was supposed to collect mangoes from, but it says mangoes were purchased. And because this mango issue has been politicized too much, that should be very well noted. It was supposed to, but it did not buy mangoes from if it was corrected, well and good, but the point is noted. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is that I support this report because it has outlined that we should pick cooperatives or CDDs or farmer cooperatives from each ward. This will bring about equity. It will address the issue of some wards, different maturity periods for mangoes. And we should also note that this 1% and the 99% are just issues for recording. Let us agree that our Lord was very good this season and he gave us a very good a climate for mango production. There will come a time when Kalamba will not be filled by all the mangoes which will be produced. So we should not do much on that. But specifically, I would much appreciate the work of this committee and urge the authorities to deal with anyone who came up with the regulations and worked against the laid laws which were meant to protect our farmers. I would also like to let Honorable Mwaniki that this house is full of members who have high levels of integrity. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to deviate a little bit to congratulate my sister and the youngest member in this house for getting some committees. But I would also urge the members who have court orders buying the committee on selection to uplift those, let me finish, my good friend Bwana Katumo, member for Bunge, to uplift those court appeals so that we can strengthen the Committee on Agriculture, because the report they had laid in this house needs some serious members. It needs to be added some members, serious members, because the committee, the report they had brought in this house was a disgrace to this house, Mr. Speaker. So I urge those members who have issues to have a soft heart and allow that members who have a lot of energy, like Honorable Esther, to work in such committees which have a lot of work. And I hope the work in this house will shine and have good results, Mr. Speaker. So I stand to support and urge the authorities to take the relevant action to the officers who let our farmers down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the minority party. Just a minute, what is your point of order? Member from what?
Honorable Speaker, I raise on a point of order so that you can give guidance. If a matter before a court can be discussed before this house. Thank you.
Member from Bitini, what you cannot do is to discuss the merit of the case. Whether who is right and who is wrong and who has evidence and who doesn't have evidence. Honorable Manzu persuaded a member to withdraw a case. That is not discussing a case. This case, no, let us dwell on the point of order, honorable members. So that doesn't amount to sub judice. If one tells you, can you move from point A to B without discussing to the content and the merit of the case? So I think that is not above the court order. We may rest that matter. So it's up to him to persuade the member for Thange and any other, because speaking alone on the floor of the house may not be useful. So you need further persuasion. Member for Kiawod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the motion. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight issues which the committee also during the interrogation came across. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the procurement process which was done to pre-qualify these so-called cooperatives who are given the mandate to buy mangoes from our farmers, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the contract which they signed, none of the cooperatives lived to the terms and the reference of that contract. Also, when you look at the terms and references of the contract, you will find that there is a lot of contradiction, Mr. Speaker. The zoning was done to place these cooperatives to buy mango in various wards. But when you go to the terms of reference, you will find that these cooperatives were supposed to buy mangoes from their members. You will find that these cooperatives were domiciled in just a few wards. And therefore, you will find that if the terms says you buy from your members, and for example, Kika is domiciled in Ukia, most of the members, all the members are from Ukia, and now it is given an opportunity to buy in Zakika ward or in another ward. You will find that that contract is contradicting with the zoning which was given by the authority for the cooperatives to buy mangoes. Also, when you look at these cooperatives, the reason why they did not buy mangoes from each and every ward is because there were no instructions that if you are given to buy mangoes from a particular ward, you must buy from that ward. And they all ended up buying mangoes from the closest points within the plant. We also noted that during the first 2 days of supply to Kalamba, most of the farmers' lists which were submitted had a lot of anomalies, and that tells you a lot of what happened during those 2 days. There was a lot of mismatch, suppliers who do not exist, and the ward agricultural officers, they have signed those farmers' lists. You also found that some of the farmers' lists, the weight which were given there, some of them do not tally. Some are similar, some are altered, and that ended up showing there was some sinister things which were happening during those 2 days. Mr. Speaker, also for Kalamba cannot be expected to solve the issue of mango in Makueni, because when you look at the percentage which it offtakes is too little. But now the department left the farmers of Makueni to be controlled by cartels. Mr. Speaker, when you look at what happened to the exporters who normally buy mangoes to our farmers, and they normally buy mangoes to a tune of over 40,000 metric tons, and that did not happen this season. There came that cartel, and this cartel started by organizing lead farmers who are elected by farmers in Makueni. They had several meetings in each and every ward, sensitizing farmers on mango purchase by exporters. Even at instances, we were told they were given the exporters who will buy mangoes from them. But all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, some few cartel members organized a meeting where everything was planned, and that meeting was held at Emali, and we found out that it was held on 1st of December. That meeting, as we were doing the interrogation, the Department of Agriculture was aware of such a meeting. The other meetings, and the meeting which was also held at the Kilimani Breeze, set for prices. But another meeting was all of a sudden called at Emali by some few cartels under the watch of the department. We found that these cartels were given the mandate to meet and discuss on how they will control purchasing of mango by exporters from the director of agriculture. This came out very clearly. And she sent a representative, that is the ward agricultural officer from Emali, the sub-ward administrator from Emali. They were sent to attend. And Mr. Speaker, minutes were done from what we have received. Mr. Speaker, if you scrutinize the minutes which came out of that meeting, there is a part which says compliance enforcement. How can the department allow a cartel which is not authorized to come up with compliance to our exporters? They were having these meets all along. We have not seen anywhere where the department took action when our farmers started crying, because the farmers started crying that exporters have been chased from buying mangoes. We have not seen anywhere where the department came in to check what is happening. It's only that when the outcry came, and even the committee through interrogation realized that there was a meeting which was held and also gave the cartel powers to chase our exporters. And Mr. Speaker, this is what made our exporters disappear, because the prices they set was not in tandem with what they had agreed before. Because we have seen them setting a carton, 150 per carton, of which the exporters alleged they were saying they will buy at 130. These are the issues that made our farmers suffer, Mr. Speaker. And it is good, the department, to take responsibility, because you cannot let people who are not authorized, people who are not employed by the county government, to control the market. Mr. Speaker, the responsibility of protecting farmers in Makueni belongs to the department. It belongs to the department. You cannot take that responsibility to any other person. You cannot allow any other person to come and interfere. Yes, they can get people who can link them to exporters. Some of them, like the so-called Paul Masai. I heard that is the one who links farmers with the exporters. And after gaining a lot of access to the powers, because he brought a delegation to the department of exporters. By so doing, he felt that he is so powerful and he can control everything. The department let him to harass the exporters, and they all shied away. Yes, it might have started with good intention, but what happened, Mr. Speaker, was in bad faith, and the department must take responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the issue of autonomy came clearly. This is an issue which has made Kalamba not to operate. And it is the high time, as per the recommendation given by the committee, this plant be given autonomy. Because if it can operate independently, Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, it could be buying mangoes. Because when they produce, they can sell the puree and recycle money to even buy more mangoes and continue operating. Also, the plant needs expansion. If it has to work, we need courtrooms that can be able to accommodate mangoes, store mangoes as the plant operates. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the cooperatives. The committee has pointed out we need to form what we call mango producer organization in every ward, every mango producing ward. And they be pre-qualified to buy mango in that particular ward. They be limited. If you are given to buy mango like in one ward, let's say Zakika or Ukia, you ensure you buy mango within that area. By so doing, we will be able to control how the mango purchasing is done. Also, when it comes to apportionment of the budget that we normally set for mango purchasing. This budget also, it is my opinion that it needs to be apportioned based on each ward's capacity on production of mango so that we can ensure fairness to each and every ward. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, we cannot abdicate our duty as the House, which is given the authority to do oversight. We need to dig further because there is more we need to dig out in this issue of mango purchasing. There is a lot which may not have come out in this report, and we need to take that responsibility very seriously and make sure we proceed and unearth all the issues that goes around in the mango purchasing. All in all, the department fully needs to take responsibility and also apologize to the farmers in Makueni. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I have 5 more members. You need to organize your time so that every member gets an opportunity. Member from Boni Ward, followed by Honorable Janet Kitunga, Honorable Jane Mwande, and the leader of the majority party. That order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Speaker is turned to support the motion. The Speaker, this issue, the mango menace, comes at a point whereby the entire nation is facing a dwindling economy, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I rather feel that the committee should have done a lot of research. I feel that the report was a bit rushed, even though they have done good work. Mr. Speaker, there's a finding that I wanted to see, that the committee should have established that people, consumers, don't have purchasing power. Mr. Speaker, all over the nation. It doesn't affect Makueni only, Mr. Speaker. That is the reason as to why we have brokers, transporters, local marketers. Local consumers are not able to partake even the local production, Mr. Speaker. So that is a finding that I needed to see in this report, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, on the way forward, we need to see thorough and proper tailored recommendations and action points, Mr. Speaker. For instance, we are in the 2026-2027 budget making cycle. Mr. Speaker, we needed to see also a recommendation from the committee on this report on the way forward in financing matters Kalamba and Makueni farmers, Mr. Speaker. So I will be very brief due to interest of time, but I thank the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have a short discussion on this, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, because the people who have spoken before have highlighted so many issues which I would have spoken. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Pick and Pack report. Let me be clear, because sometimes when we do oversight, people think that we are punishing some. I would say that oversight is not punishment, it is protection, and more so, protection of public resources. And Mr. Speaker, on this particular manner, we were doing oversight to protect the farmers of Makueni who rely on us. Mr. Speaker, Makueni mango sector is more than fruit farming. It is the farmers' livelihood, the youth employment, our county's pride. The report has exposed gaps, Mr. Speaker, where we have noted funds misused, records missing. There has been no equity in the way mangoes have been bought. And these gaps are not just information on paper, they are lost opportunities and a lost trust. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this. We must ensure all recommendations are implemented on time. Monitoring and record keeping are strengthened. Farmers benefit fully from every shilling invested in mango farming. Mr. Speaker, public money is sacred and mangoes are gold in our hands. Makueni mangoes are our county's pride and Kenya's potential. Let us act decisively with faith, integrity, and courage. Accountability is service. Transparency is respect. Action is leadership. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Jen Mwambi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this report. And in my support, I have some concerns which I feel they must be dealt with. First and most, I remain to be unanswered because since the outcry started, there was allegation that there were mangoes bought outside our country. And that is not a joke. I need to know whether it is true or not, because that is where the root cause of the outcry started. It is true that mangoes from Makueni were not bought. And I want to believe why this fruit processing plant started was to address the issue of marketing to our farmers. Let us be in agreement that all the production which is produced in Makueni cannot be addressed by Kalamba fruit processing plant. Then ask ourselves, all stakeholders of Makueni, it is prudent for us to think in one way. What can we do and what has caused all this problem? It is also good to ask ourselves, as Makueni people, when did the problem start? Because I believe it never started this season. Maybe it has a series of time. It is also important to know if the supply chain for mango is the problem. I have listened very carefully from the findings and observation from the report and the recommendation. And I have noticed we have problem in the protocols of responsibility of personnel. in the plant. It is also important to note that to address this problem, every ward where mango is planted and produced, we must have cold rooms, because at times they rip and you find there is nowhere you can store them to wait for the marketing. It is my view to solve this problem. There are issues of governance, marketing, monitoring, and ways on how we can network to do our marketing even outside our account. And in that juncture, I pray all of us, government and all other stakeholders, we embrace our cooperatives in our wards, we embrace our circles. When doing budgeting, we budget for our cash crop, which is the mango. So, Honorable Speaker, the report is good because it has brought many gaps that we could not understand, but also there are some questions we should ask ourselves because we want to solve this problem once and for all for the benefit of our people. I believe this plant, we must see things in economic growth, because revenue put somewhere, it can give value for money when we sell our produce. I want to believe Kalamba Processing Plant, it is a project which can enhance our economic growth. So, in partnership with everyone, let us collaborate and embrace our project because it is the way to address our problems. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Leader of the Budget Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start by thanking the committee, which sat yesterday up to late in the night, in fact, around 1 a.m. in the morning, and that was commendable. Second, let me thank the Assembly for sitting here until this time so that we may expedite this business. Honorable Speaker, many speakers have brought out the matter in a very clear way. Honorable Speaker, in my submission, this was a predetermined, premeditated haste, a money haste in our county, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, as I support this motion, I want to say somebody sat somewhere, thought about the 20 million allocation for purchase of mangoes, and thought how that money can end up in their pockets. Honorable Speaker, that's bad. I believe that was very bad for the people of Makueni, and those people should be punished accordingly. Honorable Speaker, the second issue, Honorable Speaker, I'm wondering why there was a meeting on 24th of November to plan how exporters can buy mangoes directly from the farmers. And that meeting was here at Kilimani Hotel, and the farmers were very happy from that meeting. Then somebody in the department organized for another meeting 1 week later to disorganize that particular arrangement for farmers' exporter engagement, direct engagement. So, Honorable Speaker, that's why I'm saying this is an haste. Somebody thought of brokering for the mangoes, and this is what has brought all these problems in Makueni. And I thank the people of Makueni for bringing this matter loudly to the Assembly and to the eyes of everybody to see. Now, Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity. According to this report, And as per the contents of this report, it's now clear that we are not going to spare anybody who is stealing from the people of Makueni. We are not going to spare any cartel which is operating within Makueni. And our governor, His Excellency Mutula Kilonzo Jr., is behind us. That we may do a very serious and thorough oversight over all the departments, and any officer found capable should be terminated from serving the people of Makueni. Because I don't believe, humanity, I don't believe humanity should be to punish others. In the hospitals, whether you are working in any department, in the hospital, in agriculture, in any other department, lands, if you are corrupt, you must go. And this is a resolution as an assembly we shall make. And I'm urging my fellow legislators in this assembly that we may start moving to different departments, impromptu visits to departments, hospitals, impromptu visits to markets, so that we may know where our people are suffering out of the yoke of some of the officers who have decided to be rogue in this county. And Honorable Speaker, I'll fearlessly mention any officer who is found to be working in cahoots with cartels to punish the people of Makueni. So, Honorable Speaker, I recommend that we may move forward. After these mangoes, we are going to move to other departments so that anybody who is punishing the people of Makueni can be dismissed from service. And I say this unapologetically, because that is too bad for the people of Makueni. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I want to assure this House that our role is well protected, and His Excellency is very excited about what we are doing, because he can't be everywhere. And Honorable Speaker, we want to put it very clear to the people of Makueni that His Excellency could not be at Kalamba, but there was somebody who is a ward agricultural officer, and there was somebody who is the director of agriculture, who was supervising the ward agricultural officer. There were so many government officials there who are working under the governor. So the governor has given authority to those people, but unfortunately they have failed him. And that's where now the governor comes in. Those people must go home, or they must get disciplinary action according to that report. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this report, and I urge members that we may continue this way so that we may do our role very well and make Makueni great. Thank you.
Mover of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to thank the honorable members for supporting this motion on the report of the Joint Committee on Public Investments and Public Accounts Committee on the inquiry of the mango matter, Mr. Speaker, that has really been a discussion across the county, Mr. Speaker. We have noted the concerns raised by the several members on probably what could have been captured in the report. But we have to highlight that, Mr. Speaker, this is a committee that was established last week, Mr. Speaker, and started the interrogation on Friday. We did our report all through the weekend, Mr. Speaker, and we were required to submit this report on the floor of the Assembly today, Monday, Mr. Speaker. It was really a marathon, Mr. Speaker, to gather all the facts, Mr. Speaker, and get a report ready by today, Mr. Speaker. And it was a dedication It was from the dedication of the members of this committee, Mr. Speaker, to burn the midnight oil to ensure that we have a report that captures the aspirations of the farmers across the county, Mr. Speaker. But this is a progressive report, Mr. Speaker, that highlights where we have come from as a county, where we are, and probably what requires to be done in future, Mr. Speaker. So this is not an end to addressing the issues that the farmers have been raising and will always raise, Mr. Speaker. And I call upon the members to ensure that even in our own capacities as members of county assemblies, to ensure that we offer oversight in our capacities in the areas that we represent, to ensure that we protect our respective farmers or any other farmer across the county, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our farmers do not suffer with this kind of losses, Mr. Speaker. By that, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank everyone who has done some contribution on this report, Mr. Speaker, and I thank everyone, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this Assembly adopt the report of the Joint County Public Investments Committee and County Public Accounts Committee on the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority, the financial year 2025-2026, report which was laid on the table of the Assembly on the 16th of February 2026. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members have the following directions: that the report of the County Public Investments and County Public Accounts Committees, joint committees for that matter, be conveyed to the County Executive, namely His Excellency the Governor, the Deputy Governor, the County Executive Committee member responsible for agriculture, and the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority Board, the acting chief executive officers, for strict implementation on the recommendations of the County Assembly as approved by this House within the timelines provided. Further to that, honorable members, I have a communication to make. For avoidance of doubt, when the Assembly began to inquire into this matter, I filed a roadside murmurs and statement that the Assembly is fighting the government. I want to remind those that are in doubt that there exists one county government of Makueni, but with two arms: County Executive and County Assembly. The County Assembly members directly elected by the people, the County Governor and the Deputy Governor elected directly by the people, and subsequently we have officers who have been vetted, approved by this House, and appointed by the Governor, and are answerable and accountable to the Governor, the people of Makueni, and this Assembly. And therefore, questioning deeds and actions of a member of County Executive, a chief officer, a director, chief executive officer, or any other officer in the government, it is not fighting the government. It is doing the work that we were elected and members of the County Assembly to do. Therefore, for those who are in doubt on the role of this County Assembly, I stand to warn you. It's either you execute your duty as a state officer or public officer, or pave way for someone else to be vetted to occupy that officer or employed by the County Public Service Board. So the narrative that the county assembly is in fight with the county executive is neither here nor there. When a member of this house raised issues on one of the hospitals affecting citizens of Makueni in Kibwezi West, some people rose and indicated that he's in fight with the governor. I wondered, when did the governor from Makueni become a medical doctor, or a medical superintendent, or a clinical officer, a nurse, or an attendant in an hospital, or a patient in Makindu Hospital? And therefore, officers ought to learn to take responsibility within their dockets. I have so many who are my friends, and we are so many who are your friends. Once outside this plenary, they are your friends. But when you take your rightful position, you are executing your constitutional mandate to protect the interest of the people of Makueni who elected you. And therefore, shy not for speaking as it is, as long as you are advancing the interest of the people of Makueni. Confused be not that the governor has mandate in buying and selling of mangoes. He has appointed people into office, others by the board, to execute this mandate. When there is a problem in a government functioning, then it is the responsibility of the county assembly to execute oversight, because in the assembly you have the respective sectoral committees and watchdog committees. In this instance, I want to commend the County Public Investments Committee and the County Public Accounts Committee for the efforts and the energies they put together to inquire into, investigate this matter, and you've made recommendations on other officers who have been mandated this report to implement the recommendations of the County Assembly within the stipulated time. Clerk, you are therefore requested to make specific letters to the specific persons addressed to and highlight the specific recommendations with the timelines, and then appraise the House forthwith on or on the expiry of the date provided. So, honorable members, I wish you well as you continue to execute your mandate. It is my responsibility, when you elected me, to take the first bullet and protect any member of this county assembly, which I will not allow at any time that a member of this county assembly will be attacked or ill statements made against them when they're executing their constitutional responsibility. Honorable members, that is my communication. Further to that, as you know that we have a subsequent motion today on adjournment. As you are aware, all of you are required to take public participation at the ward level. Therefore, it's important that honorable members, you all learn, so that we dispense that motion on alteration of the assembly calendar to pave way for another oversight business on the projects of the county. In fact, let me note, it is this house that raised the issue on public participation and how we should do it jointly with the county executive, so that the role of the citizens, that of member of the county assembly and the executive, are put into account, so that we process budget that is owed by the people of Makueni, not the executive and not the assembly. Therefore, I want to commend you, the leader of the majority and minority, the budget and appropriation committee, for making this happen, so that then we can have seamless formulation of a budget that is implementable and responsive to the needs of the people of Makueni. Thank you. Leader of the majority. Next order. Clerk, next order.
Order number 25, procedural motion. Alteration of the County Assembly calendar, regular sessions 2026.
Leader of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that communication from your chair. And Honorable Speaker, I think the message is clear. We are not joking with anybody. Around this place, we are doing our work. If anybody hates us for that, then let it be. I beg to move the following motion. That pursuant to Standing Order 31-4, this Assembly resolves to alter its calendar for regular sessions 2026 to adjourn today, Monday 16th February 2026, and resume its sitting on Monday 23rd February 2026. Honorable Speaker, as you know, as members know, we have what you have just announced from your chair, that we must do joint public participations or at the ward level from tomorrow and Wednesday. And Honorable Speaker, it's very important for members to participate in those forums so that they may know the needs of the people they represent in this House. So, Honorable Speaker, I call upon Honorable Janet Kitunga to second this motion.
Honorable members, I propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 31, Suborder 4, this Assembly resolves to alter its calendar for regular sessions of the year 2026 to adjourn today, Monday, 16th of February 2026, and resume its sitting on Monday, 23rd of February 2026. The floor is open for debate. Mover of the motion. Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 31, Suborder 4, this Assembly resolves to alter its calendar, the regular sessions of the year 2026, to adjourn today, Monday, 16th of February 2026, and resume its sitting on Monday, 23rd of February 2026. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, time now being 20:46 hours, the Assembly started and adjourned on due 23rd of February 2026 at 14:30 hours.